y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa. A veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo. A veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazard page.
Good morning, everybody. So welcome to the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors, June 3rd, 2025 board meeting. I'm going to invite the clerk to do the roll call.
Supervisor Klein?
Present.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Here.
Supervisor Hashak?
Here.
Supervisor Norvell?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Good morning.
And I'd like to invite the CEO, Darcy Antle, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise. Follow me. I pledge allegiance to the United States, to the republic which is one nation.
All right, so we'll move into public expression, item number 2. These are for items that are of public interest that are not on the agenda, but under the purview of the board. So if anyone has public expression, please come to the podium.
Good morning. Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. Gratitude and appreciation. I actually have too many names to mention. Just about everybody in this room. Thank you. You've been so kind and helpful, and I want to apologize for being me. I am who I am, and I cause a lot of problems. And, you know, I don't know how much this pertains to county business. I'm sure it does to most of you, but it's the tone in which we talk to each other that's the most important. I mean, I'm really working on my words up here to get things squeezed into 3 minutes without letting my emotions take over. So this kind of practice runs for me. But I've watched a lot of people come up here with a lot of anger. It's done absolutely no good. It's self-destructive. And a lot of people look at my life and what I do and might think that's self-destructive. We all have different paths and different lives. I'm having to come to terms with myself. And I'm sorry for anybody I've offended on that path. We all have those moments. And here in Ukiah, we're a nice, small, little place. And there's never a time that we can't apologize and look at what we've done and feel some regret for it in the words that we've spoken to others. And what's most important I want to say today is when you go around and you unintentionally use passive-aggressive words to get a rise out of somebody or whatever you may call it, you pretty much earn what you earn. It's called karma, and those people are living miserable lives. They're all around us, and we see that. And I don't think anybody here is going to fall into that because you've all been my mentors in leading a good life, leading a correct life, speaking with kindness, even when you disagree. It is so important. I've spent many hours in court, much time in front of judges. I've had panic attacks in front of judges. I've had the bailiffs want to kick me out when I haven't said a word. I mean, that's some true energy. So, you know, kind of watch your energy, be aware when you've poking the bear, and understand when you've done that, you've caused harm to somebody that was probably weaker than you. And I really hate bullies. I really hate when people pack together up on somebody, no matter what that person has done. That's never a right thing to do. And I see that happen to this board and to everybody in this room, and I hope the public will reflect on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further public expression in the room, is there any online?
Seeing none.
All right, we will move on to item 3, which is the consent calendar. Received nothing about anything being pulled, so is there any updates? Nope. Okay, any public comment?
Hi, good morning, Chair Hashak, Board, CEO Amtel, and County Council Scott. My name is Jesse Van Voris. I'm the Deputy Director of the Adult and Aging Services Division of the Department of Social Services. I'm here today in support of item 3AJ, which is the proclamation recognizing June as Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Awareness Month in Mendocino County. We've done this proclamation every year for the last several years. June 15th each year worldwide is recognized as World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, or WEAD as we call it. And then at the state and historically Mendocino County, the entire month of June is recognized and includes awareness of abuse for dependent adults. And also the definition of an elder is expanded to anybody above 60. So statewide, it's above 60. Federally, it's above 65. Statistics show that elder and dependent adult abuse is severely underreported. 1 in 10 instances of abuse or neglect is reported on average. In Mendocino County, 1,761 reports of abuse were received, or abuse or neglect were received in the last year, which was an increase of over 200 from the year prior. I'd like to highlight some local trends for reports received in the last 12-month period for APS. In Mendocino County, of those 1,761 reports, 981, or 60%, involved some form of self-neglect. In terms of abuse perpetrated by others, the top 3 forms of abuse are financial exploitation at about 20%, or 365, psychological abuse, which was 340 reports, or 19%, and neglect, which is different than self-neglect. That would be like caregiver neglect, and we had 248 reports that involved some form of neglect, which was 14%. Financial exploitation become more prevalent in the last 5 years. 173 reports in 2020 involved financial exploitation, and now we're up to that 365. So that's an increase of 110%. I think a lot of that is because of the prevalence of internet and phone scams, which have become much more common. I'm sure we're all aware of that. To protect yourself and your loved ones from these scams, it's important to be cautious of unsolicited calls, emails, visits. Verify the identity of anyone asking for money or personal information. Never give out personal information without verifying legitimacy of the request. And if you suspect a scam, there's several places you can report it. I think FTC at reportfraud.ftc.gov, or the Internet Crime Complaint Center at ic3.gov, or your local authorities or law enforcement.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
All right. Very good information. And if they need more information, they can contact social services in your office. Okay. Very good. Seeing no further comments in the chamber, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, we'll
Move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay. We'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Very good. Okay, we'll move on to item 4A, which is discussion and possible action, including acceptance of informational reports from the assessor, clerk, recorder, registrar of voters, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, district attorney, sheriff, and various department heads or designees. Okay, are there any reports? Since we're going to have quite a few reports during the budget meeting, I probably get a lot of information then. So, okay, seeing no one coming forward, we'll move on to item 4. Do we need to take public comment on that? No. Okay, we'll move on to item 4B. Discussion and possible action, including appointment of an ad hoc committee regarding the response to the 2024-2025 grand jury report, the continuity report. So this is pretty much the continuity report from the grand jury, so we need 2 people to respond to it. Any volunteers?
I'll do it if nobody else wants to.
And I'll do it too. Okay. All right, very good. So we have our ad hoc of Supervisor Williams and the chair. Any public discussion on that? Seeing none?
Move approval.
Okay.
Second.
All right, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, moving on to item 4C, notice public hearing. Discussion and possible action including approval of staff presentation in compliance with Assembly Bill AB 2561, which requires public agencies to hold one public hearing per fiscal year to discuss vacancies, recruitment, and retention efforts. So has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established and all correspondence has been sent to your email.
Okay, so we'll look to staff for the presentation.
Yeah, good morning, Chair, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council. I'm Sherry Johnson, Human Resource Director. So yes, we are here to present based on AB 2561, which was approved by the Governor of the State of California on September 22nd, 2024. And I'm going to read per the legislator how the reason for this bill per the legislation. So job vacancies in local government are a widespread and significant problem for the public sector, affecting occupations across all wage levels and educational requirements. High job vacancies impact public service delivery and the workers who are forced to handle heavier workloads, with understaffing leading to burnout and increased turnover that further exacerbate staffing challenges. There is a statewide interest in ensuring that public agency operations are appropriately staffed and that high vacancy rates do not undermine public employee labor relations. And based on this, it's based the requirement for human resources to come forward once a year with this information, and we are required to do it prior to the budget being approved. So with this new bill, it requires all public agencies to address and publicly present the status of vacancies, recruitment, and retention efforts and highlight challenges. Also, please note if a single bargaining unit meets or exceeds 20% of the total number of approved full-time positions, the public agency shall, upon request of the recognized employee organization, include the following information during the public hearing: total number of vacancies within the bargaining unit, total number of applicants for vacant positions within the bargaining unit, the average number of days to complete the hiring process from when a position is posted, and opportunities to improve compensation and other working conditions. HR did not receive a request for this information from the one bargaining unit that is over 20%, which is the Public Attorneys Association, as we also refer to it as the MCPAW. We spoke with the representative, and he stated they would not be speaking today. All bargaining representatives had the opportunity to present today, and we received no requests, but of course they can speak during public comment on this item. I'm going to turn it over now to our HR manager, Brandy Dozell.
Good morning, Chair Hashak, Board CEO Antle, County Council Scott, Brandy Dozell, HR manager. On the next slide, it does reflect the vacancy rate by bargaining unit. And as HR Director Sherry mentioned, the only bargaining unit over 20% is the Teamsters Union or the Attorneys Association. Overall, countywide, as of pay period ending May 10th, also pay period 10 of 25 for the county, countywide we are almost 12% vacancy rate. Our vacancy rate is calculated by the total allocated position numbers divided by vacant position numbers. And again, we had no request on explanation further information for this slide. The next one addresses the recruitments for calendar year 2025 through pay period 10 or pay period ending May 10th of 25. These numbers reflect the first one, staffing requisition of 189. That is the total number of position numbers that have been requested to be filled by departments. They submit a requisition through the recruiting program, NeoGov. We've received 189 of those. Of those 89 position number requests to fill, we have 127 recruitments, and we have screened 1,618 applications as of pay period 10. Also, following that, we've conducted 75 exams, and of those exams, that includes written, oral, and unassembled, followed by 112 referrals. Referrals are formally known as prepared certifications, as outlined in the civil service rules, but also known as eligibility lists. Furthering the requirement with AB 2561, we are required to report on some hiring challenges. And for us right now, it is also that we have difficulty in the lack of applicants for the hard-to-fill positions, such as social services, based on the licensing requirement or other special requirements that we face. Some of the master's licensing or master's education that's required. We also have a difficult time filling the nursing positions, and that is often because of it is required that they have a PHN or a public health nursing certification.
And so Sherry Johnson, Human Resource Director. So I do want to make one correction because I missed one line item on my presentation this also. So with the Teamsters local, the McP, which is our probation unit, is also over 20%. So the Teamsters is represents McPA and McP. So the representative didn't have a presentation for either unit. So I just missed stating that. So I just wanted to make sure that you understood it was also the probation unit, as long as with the public attorney's unit. Thank you.
Moving on to the next slide, part of AB 2561 is to talk about retention. Currently, our retention rate is at or around 99%. And again, this is, you'll see on the second bullet point on the left, how retention rate is calculated. It is using the number of employees at the end of a defined period divided by the number of employees at the start of that same defined period. What we're doing to continue our efforts in retention is outlined on the right-hand side of the slide. And you've heard us over the several months talk about surveys, but in addition, we do internal transfers and promotions. And so departments can request positions to be filled by other departments, and employees can request transfers as well. So we highlight that. We continue to have trainings and professional development. The surveys that our team does, employee engagement, onboarding, and anniversary surveys, are continuing to be done. We have department-specific trainings that they reach out to HR, and if a department wants a specialized training for their department, our team our employee relations team will go directly to them and assist with presentations and trainings. And lastly, we have on this slide is Coffee with HR, which has been in the CEO reports and whatnot, and those are continuing to happen throughout the year.
All right. Supervisor Williams.
If the retention rate is 99%, how do we expect to save 6% on natural attrition over the year? It seems those two claims are mutually exclusive, perhaps.
If I may, through the chair, Sherry Johnson. So yeah, that's what we're working on. So that will tie into our strategic hiring plan, and so when positions become vacant, they shouldn't be filled. Yeah.
But if our retention rate is 99%, how do we get to 6% savings over the course of a year?
If I may,
and I'm not doubting this information, but I'm putting together that the budget team's information and this information can't coexist.
If I may, through the chair, this the retention rate is fluctuating and constantly moving depending on pay period. This was at a given moment in time that this rate took place. And again, at any given time, that number is changing based on the vacancies and hiring. And
does the HR team believe that on average it might be about 6%? This is maybe 99 now, but sometime in the year it'll be only 90.
Yeah, let's go to the CEO.
If I may, through the chair, I believe on a prior slide that they stated that our current vacancy rate overall is at 12%. And when we run it for our numbers for budget, which you'll hear about later, that it too was for a defined period, but it was closer to 10% countywide.
One final clarifying question. That rate is the current vacancy rate, right? And that doesn't give us any savings. We would need to hit that 6% target on natural attrition savings under the hiring freeze. We would need the current vacancy rate plus a retention rate lower than the 99%. I'm not putting together how the arithmetic can work.
To your point, some of our departments fill budget for vacancies, to fill positions. Some budgeted to fill them for entire 12 months, some budgeted to fill them for 6 months. So we really have to work with the departments throughout the year. Some departments may have a higher turnover rate than other departments, such as the Board of Supervisors. It's likely the Board of Supervisors is not going to have any turnover rate and not have a savings in that area. But some other departments may be higher. So it is going to require a constant monitoring between the fiscal team, the auditor controller, and the HR folks.
Okay. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you. So do you have an average number of days from the time the interviews are done to when an offer is made? Because I know that can be a big hurdle in government, that you make an offer to somebody and too much time has gone by and they've moved on somewhere else.
If I may, through the chair, I don't have an exact number of days. Every department is on their own. Once HR has done the final screening process or the initial screening process and have referred the list to the departments, it is up to the departments to schedule their own interviews. We monitor the progress if updated in NeoGov. So some departments are on it right away. Some of them have a little bit longer before they can gain their interview panel to schedule those interviews.
Thank you. Do you see that, the concern that I had, as an issue here at the county?
It could pose an issue sometimes.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions from the board. Okay. We will go to public comment. Any public comment about this? Okay, seeing none in the chambers. Any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, look to staff for final remarks.
No, thank you very much.
Okay, so we're looking for, we'll close the public hearing, and the matter is now before the Board of Supervisors. So Supervisor Mulherin.
I'll make a motion for approval, and I also really wanted to thank the staff at HR and also the staff within the departments. I know that it can be challenging to work through the governmental process of hiring, and in the 5 years that I've been on this board, we have come a really long way. I absolutely understand there's more work to do, but I appreciate the update and look forward to hearing more reports, especially around the vacancy rate versus intended keeping certain positions vacant. And also really want to thank the team at Social Services and the work they've been doing, especially on their social media and clarifying why some positions may still be being hired for. I think there's generally a lot of confusion by what goes out in the media and what's actually happening with the county related to the budget, related to positions, and just want to thank the team for helping clarify that.
Second.
Supervisor Williams, oh, there's a second to that motion, right? Okay. So, yeah, thank you, and I'm sure that during this coming fiscal year, we'll have a lot of interactions about the strategic hiring process. So it's been moved and seconded. We'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, we'll continue on to item 4D, which is a notice public hearing, discussion and possible action, including approval of presentation of Mendocino County Air Quality Management District's budget pursuant to California Health and Safety Code 40131 and possible direction to staff. So we're meeting as the board of the Air Quality Management District. Has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established and all correspondence, if any, has been sent to your email.
Okay, we'll look to staff for the presentation.
Thank you, Chair of the Air Quality, Mendocino County Air Quality Board. I'm Darcy Antle, your current Air Pollution Control Officer. Speaking about the budget is pretty straightforward for air quality. I would like to say at this time that staff is at 3.5 people. We are really stretched for staff help. We have very qualified individuals there working continuously, but we also have strong support from Deputy CEO Dunicliffe and Christy Gard from the Executive Office. So a big shout out for their help in holding this together. As we go out to recruit for an air pollution control officer and a deputy air pollution control officer, those positions are funded at 100% in this budget, so we expect to have salary savings. We expect to at least hire one of those positions. Hopefully in the next couple of months, it will be before this board to make that determination. The federal funding and the climate at the federal government is impacting this department as well. We're expecting approximately a hit of $200,000 on some grants that refer to climate action and climate change that we currently receive. We have 2 large projects and large contracts going out this year that we will be monitoring closely. These contracts are for outside support to continue the efforts that could and should have been occurring all along in this department. So this is a year in the air pollution control office to rebuild, train staff, and get the billing current. Earlier this spring, we learned that the department was behind on its billing by 2 years. So there's a lot of catch-up going on, a lot of processes being put in place, and again, we expect to have a good year. We get that a new air pollution control officer hired, and we expect to move forward. What you're looking at in this budget is approximately $1.5 million in revenue, salary expenses at 1.1, and that would include a full 100% staff of the APCO and the deputy APCO. And then you have some other expenses, including those 2 contracts that I mentioned, at about $327,000 for the year. That's the extent of my report today. Take any questions.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I'd just like to congratulate you in your new role. But on a more serious note, it strikes me as kind of absurd the way the state has set up this air district. You can't generate enough revenue on fees. Set the fees high enough, people won't take out permits and so forth. Do we need to work on a long-range plan and maybe asking the state, how do you want us to fund this thing? I think we're playing whack-a-mole with it, and it's great that we found 2 years of billing that we may be able to catch up on, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to make the model work long-term.
Correct. There's several things we're looking at. One, you had a presentation, and I'm not going to remember the time frame, but it was 6 months or so ago, on increasing the fees, which have not been increased in that department for years. Also getting the billing current, working with our grants and being efficient with our grants so that we don't lose those funds. We do have a possibility of losing funds come next month if we don't get all the work done this month for that. So we really have to do better at day-to-day operations in that office. Also, we are looking at a larger district, JPAs, whatever other ways we may be able to do regionally. Again, Lake County, Doug Gerhardt helped us out until December. That was really great help, and he says he's willing to help us with anything because he is downwind of us. So we just need to find the right partners and the right air current. I'm learning way too much about this, but air current flows that we align with, that we can partner with. So we're looking at that.
Yeah. Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, thank you. CEO Antle, you said that we had recently learned about the billing being behind 2 years. How how are we not aware of this, and what can we do in the future to put guardrails in place and make sure that that isn't the case in the future?
We are looking to change the staffing configuration so that we have an office supervisor manager in that office that manages the day-to-day staffing flows so that the air pollution control officer is not having to deal with those kinds of things. So we're putting in additional checks and balances for that. That person may also have to work the front desk some because we don't have a lot of revenue to support those functions, but it is critical that somebody oversees that on a day-to-day basis and that billing occurs. The complaints get responded to in a timely manner, burn permits get out timely. So it's putting in that additional management level.
Thank you.
So the new structure would be, you'd have the air quality or air pollution control officer, and then you'd have an administrative person who's dealing with the budget and all that.
Yes, sir.
Right, so you're kind of separating those two duties.
Yes, we'll let the APCO function in a technical capacity and work with our technical people out in the field doing those things, providing advice. Obviously, he or she will be working collaboratively with the administration or the manager of the department. They would report to the APCO, but they would have further, more in-depth, maybe business background, for example.
Okay. And just with the budget question that we were talking about, that when the fees came forward 6 months ago, that we were all kind of shocked at how much they were rising. And we only, did we approve? I can't remember what we approved, but we certainly didn't approve the fees for the burn permits and all that.
No, you did not approve the fees, any of the fees at that time. As it was reported at the time, I have not looked into it, but at the time it was reported that they could survive, that the department could survive this year and next year on the current fees, which gave us more time to do the better evaluation of the fees. At that time, when presented, those fees had not been reviewed by then acting auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector Sarah Pierce. So it kind of missed a step as well in the process, which needs to occur. So we will make sure that Ms. Covison is involved in that in the future as we bring those forward.
So it sounds like there's three things going on. There's the review of the fees. There's the configuration of the air pollution district and what options there are there.
Yes.
And then there's also the collection of the past fees or charges that are outstanding.
Correct.
So with those three things, we might be able to create a new air quality district that's financially solvent.
That would be the goal.
Yeah. Okay.
And I would be amiss if I don't give a shout out to two of the staff that are currently working there as well, and that's Warren Messi and Chris. They have really both stepped up and assisted in many ways in technical. They're working with us, they're working with the state. They've been with us in talking with the contractors that we are hiring. So they've really stepped up.
And also to your staff too, because I know you're the control officer at this point, but there's also staff involved. Supervisor Williams.
I really want to ask you about particulate, but I'll keep it to budget.
Please.
How many outstanding bills do we think there are, and what is the total dollar amount if we were able to bring it all in?
I don't have that number. I don't know. Steve's shaking his head. We don't have that on top of our head. We can get that to you. I'm sure Christy Gard has it.
Do we have any, is it 100, 1,000, 10,000?
I'm going to say it's over 1,000. I think it's probably closer to 2,000 over
2,000 bills. And we can't hold you to it. I know it's just an estimate, but are we talking 100,000 or a million?
Oh, probably somewhere in between. My guess, if I look at the report we have, it'll probably be about 500,000 between the 2 years.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to public comment. Seeing none in the chamber, any online?
Seeing none.
All right, any final comments from the staff? Okay, back to the board. Okay, any questions? We'll close the public hearing and we'll look for a motion.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
All right, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Very good. We will continue on with item 4E, which is a notice public hearing, discussion and possible action, including approval of the Mendocino County proposed budget for fiscal year 2025-26, including all recommended actions and adjustments, acceptance of the Executive Office budget report, direction to the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector to prepare the required documents for adoption of the fiscal year 2025-26 final budget, and possible continuation to June 4th, 2025 at 9 a.m. if necessary. Okay, so has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established and all correspondence, if any, has been sent to your email.
All right. So I'll turn to the CEO for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Darcy Antle, your CEO. I'm going to try and thread this and express my concern for the state of the county as best I can. And I'm not just talking about our county as the agency, I'm talking about county-wide at this point, because anytime our county constituents are impacted, it impacts the county agency as well. So if you look at where we're at today, we've probably been in a structural deficit, I think it's fair to say, at least a decade. We've been, and I've been up here talking about it for close to 7 years, trying to be very strong in that in the last 3 years. You're looking at a deficit going into 26-27 of $16 million. That does not include $8 million in deferred maintenance on your facilities. That does not do anything to the deferred maintenance on your roads. So we, as a county, are struggling mightily, as well as the state and the federal government. The state is projecting a $9 to $20 billion deficit. That will impact us. I am extremely surprised at the words and what we're hearing out of Governor Newsom's office. There's several attacks that have been happening to our most vulnerable individuals in our county. And as you know, 46 to 48% of our 87,000 residents are on Medicaid nationally, Medi-Cal here in the state. Our federally qualified rural health clinics, which serve the most vulnerable individuals in this county, are under attack and a crisis as well. We have these clinics located in Laytonville and in Covelo. And there's some attacks that are happening to them that are imposing new, onerous, expensive reporting processes that will limit the funding that the clinics have to go out for patient needs, such as medical device, nurse managers, behavioral health directors, and chief medical officers. We're very concerned when those clinics are impacted in a federal or state manner, and right now they're under attack at both levels, that individuals will not be able to get basic primary care. And that can be immunizations to our youth, flu and COVID vaccines to our elderly. It also, those clinics are the first stop for high blood pressure, cholesterol, and diabetes. We need to support these clinics because when those clinics are unable to do their jobs, we will have poor health outcomes in this county. And without people getting immunized at a basic level, It also is going to make the elderly more vulnerable, those over the age of 65 and with chronic illness. So having talked with the clinics, I met with the clinics roughly a week and a half ago, got their input. So then that got me thinking, well, that's going to impact public health, and that's going to impact behavioral health. And then we're all hearing about the cuts to social services and the services that they provide. So I'll try and thread in the context for us here locally, not just on the health side, where public health has already provided this year more youth immunizations than ever before. And that's just purely to the shortage of primary care providers in this community. So if we start looking at how this impacts our youth and our aged, we understand that our IHSS providers are going to be limited in the number of hours they can work. They currently can work 66 hours per week. They will be limited to 50. No overtime and no travel. That impacts the client, the patient, and it impacts the provider by reducing their ability to pay for day-to-day services for themselves. So it's an economic impact as well as an impact on health outcomes. There's a number of other areas that we're very concerned about. Our numbers for IHSS have grown to over 2,200 individuals. And we are receiving 60 to 90 applications per month. So we're seeing a large need. Now think, these are individuals that with the support of in-home health services are able to stay home. They are not going to a board and care or a skilled nursing facility, which is then what? A higher cost of care, higher cost of health care throughout the state, throughout the nation. So we need to protect these individuals so that they can remain in their home. There's also cuts to CalFresh that will impact parents that are working. Cuts to Medi-Cal services, so some of those indigent individuals will not be able to get Medi-Cal, or they will be required to pay a premium, such as $100 per month. That will limit people's access again to healthcare services, which will then become a public health issue with poor outcomes, health outcomes. Those all trickle down and cause behavioral health issues. We will see an increase in those areas. We could possibly see an increase as poverty rises, as neglect. There could be neglect of our children, and there could be neglect of elders as well. So we really need to stay focused on that population. Again, we're 46 to 48% of our community is in need of aid, either state or federally. And we need those funds to continue. So what we're seeing federally and state is impacting us seriously here in our small rural county. And we need to keep the services out there as best we can during this time, but it is going to be a challenge with our current deficit that we're in. And I want to prepare this board as we look at these vacancies, as we move forward. And I know we don't like having poor customer service or slow response times, but I'm afraid those are going to increase. There's going to be an increase not only for eligibility for people coming on to those services, but those services now, when they come in to apply for them, that eligibility is going to be more scrutinized than it has in the past by those additional barriers that are being put up by federal and state government. Now, I've worked in healthcare for over 22 years. Don't get me wrong, do I think there's some fraud and abuse in the system? I do. But is there enough in this county that seriously, if we are impacted here, it's going to be a major decline in our community? And I want to set that stage because we talked about public safety. We need to be talking about public health and health outcomes so our community stays healthy as well. And I probably have more I could say on it, but I'll stop there and I'll turn it over.
Well, if I could interject on that. I appreciate those words and, you know, that outlook and your collaboration with the health clinics and the health providers in the county, because you know the cuts that are being proposed at the federal level, and then it trickles down to the state level, and then we are hit with our own budget problems, like you're saying, and also these other greater forces that are impacting us. You know, and I think that people really need to realize that if the health clinics, the rural health clinics especially, are affected, then that's going to have this impact on the hospitals. Yes. And it's just this kind of the, you know, the spiral effect that could bring down systems. Correct. And I'm just wondering what role that the county might have in making sure that people are aware of this, and that we're doing everything we can to deal with any kind of these impacts that are going to look like they're going to affect us. So do you think that we need to be bringing all these people together in a public forum? Do we need to have a special board meeting about it? What can we do?
So after I met with the clinics, I spoke directly with Dr. Miller. I don't see her here currently. She does meet with all the healthcare providers on a monthly basis. I'm going to start joining those meetings either at the front end or the back end, so we can keep that current. And I was feeling that at some point, depending on how the next couple of months go, we were kind of looking at August or September to have a more public meeting about it. But we needed a little more time to see how the state and the feds shake out a little bit.
Okay, because I think that would be good to get the word out and have a public meeting. And I mean, can we get direction from the board to pursue that at the appropriate time?
Could you restate?
Well, we'd like to have some kind of public forum or whatever's appropriate to really deal with this issue in depth. Maybe it's an all-day workshop or whatever it is that the CEO comes up with the partners that are working with, that we're, you know, dealing with the situation as it is.
Yeah, Chair, I support you, but I think we should let staff decide when it happens so that they have enough information at hand. What we don't want is to have that event and a lot of question marks.
That's right.
No, and that was certainly the direction.
My read is that's been difficult to predict. It seems like every week there are changes.
Yeah. So do we have that direction? We're in agreement? Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Haschak, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Counsel Scott, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO. I'm joined here today with Principal Analyst Jessica Sandoval and Acting Assistant CEO Sarah Pierce. Thank you for the opportunity to present the CEO proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26. We have a fairly succinct budget presentation here for you with questions, an opportunity for questions and discussions at the end before we bring the departments in for their individual presentations. So with that, I think we can jump right into it. Our first slide here are the departments that we have available that have committed to speak today. We have our District Attorney's Office, Probation, Sheriff's Office, Roads, Human Resources, Disaster Recovery, OES, Animal Care, County Council, Health Services, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, the Assessor's Office, and the Board of Supervisors. Now, these departments are going to be speaking on their budgets. The ones that have an asterisk next to them will be speaking on fund balance that they have in their accounts. Specifically, Probation will be speaking on both their budget and on the fund balance, several fund balances that they have, Roads, Disaster Recovery, and Health Services will be speaking specifically on their 2011 mental health realignment. And then we'll get back to this at the end of the presentation after questions and discussion, and then we'll start introducing up the departments roughly in this order as people are available. We'll move on to our next slide here. This is our standard summary slide for where our CEO proposed budget sits. Right now, our net county cost for general fund departments is approximately $90.1 million. That is, keep in mind that That is after the adjustments that the CEO budget team has worked on the departments with, that you'll see on slide 5, we have it broken out. So that number, that net county cost, is closer originally to about a $106 million. All the effort that we've gone through with the departments to make adjustments brings that down to that $90.1 million number that you see here. Now you compare that to our $84 million non-departmental revenue that we have available for financing our general fund departments, leaves us with a delta of $6.1 million that we're proposing the use of one-time funds to fill. Now, our next slide has the breakdown of one-time funds that we are proposing to use. And if we can move on to the next one, what's important here too is that the one-time funds that we're proposing, every dollar of those one-time funds is tied to one-time expenses. So starting at the top here, we have our retirement reserve, retirement contribution reserve of $3.29 million. That one we are proposing to use to pay the pension obligation bond portion in 25-26, which we understand is falling off this next year. So the last payment will be in 25-26. So we want to appropriate those funds for that purpose. Same with our 23-24 carry forward, the $1 million that we have left with that. Use that also for the pension obligation bonds as well. Mental health audit reserve, $1 million. This has come up a few times and we haven't needed it, but this time we are proposing that we allocate it for backfilling, finalizing the backfill for our landfill closure fund that we've talked about throughout this fiscal year. Water at $85,000. Now you may notice that the water line in this proposed budget is about $60,000. We're proposing appropriating $85,000 in case there's additional, because there's going to be an additional water need. So we'll adjust the budget accordingly to make up that extra $25,000. So I wanted to make sure to call that out. And then also using it for the remainder for the IT service fund. This is to backfill to a small degree some of the deferral that we took in this fiscal year, which was roughly about $1 million deferral in our IT internal service fund. So again, building that deferred maintenance backlog. This is to pay back some of that. Now we have our $325,000 from the TETA reserve. That's also to be allocated to our IT internal service fund and some of the one-time IT costs associated with the new jail that the jail and the sheriff's office have in their budget. So they have networking infrastructure that they need to procure to build out that infrastructure in the jail. We want to allocate some of this one-time funds to that. And then finally, we have PG&E funds that came from our EOC that were left over from the retrofit of the EOC building, and $533,000, and that final amount also being obligated to the pension obligation bond expenses in 25-26. Now, as I said, those amounts, the pension obligation bonds, will fall off next year, which we'll get into in another slide. So by definition, that's the last time we're going to be needing for these pension obligations bonds. We'll be expensing that item. So 6.1 in total, and you can see there in the chart how we get down to 0. And then the next slide here will talk about the NCC reappropriations and department level adjustments and deferrals that we've made that get us down to that 0 balanced budget in the CEO proposed. So I won't read through every single one of these bullets, but I'll highlight the important ones. The top bullet there on the left, department adjustments, $5.5 million. That reflects all the work that the CEO budget team has done in collaboration with the county departments to adjust their budgets in accordance with the zero-based budgeting process that we went through. They had prioritized asks between core funding needs, additional funding needs, lower priority, but something that they felt like was still important to include, us adjusting that down in speaking with them to the tune of $5.5 million. So there was a lot of work. That was an ongoing process since we opened the budget, and it's been piecing that together through this up until the final moments of balancing this budget. We also have that turnover, that second bullet there that I know was brought up a bit earlier, that turnover projected savings. Now keep in mind, when we did the the percent turnover rate was calculated at that close to 10%. We took a more conservative number, 6%, calculated the dollar amount off of that, and then tried to be a little more conscientious about the total number. That gets us down to that $6.3 million that we have in anticipated turnover savings, provided it's continued to be paired with the strategic hiring process. Next up, we have our debt service adjustments, $2.1 million. This was an update. We discovered an error in the formula that for our debt service contribution that we corrected, and came back with about $2 million there to offset, which was good. The adjustments are in the CEO proposed budget. And then we have our $338,000 voluntary separation anticipated savings. Many of these items you've seen before. We've presented these at prior workshops, and this is just a summation of all those changes with some notable differences, and finalizing the numbers. Now, the rest of these you've seen before, Measure B consideration. Many of these are ongoing. They're going to be in continued conversations with the departments. For example, anything regarding NAFCare, opioid settlement for NAFCare, has been the CEO budget team, CEO's office, working closely with the sheriff's office and behavioral health to research and look into the use of these funds. So that's a continued collaboration that we're anticipating that $500,000 offset in this next fiscal year. And then some adjustments that were made to cannabis business tax in the anticipated revenue based on where we came in last year and where we've anticipating coming in this year. Slight adjustment to property tax. And then the top one there, the PG&E disaster fund for drought. This is coming out of, disaster recovery, but $500,000 to help balance. It was already appropriated for drought that we're recommending using to balance our budget. And then the final one, deferral there, IT internal service fund, the $441,000 deferral in that program. And the combined total of all of those, $17.1 million that combined with the use of the $6 million one-time funds brings us to that net zero. So we'll move on to our slide 6. Here you just have a pie chart. This is the ratio of general funding for our different functional areas throughout the county. So we have, and again, these are general fund only. We have our general government, public protection, public ways, health and sanitation, public assistance, education, and recreation and culture. And the specific amounts that are in the CEO proposed budget for those different areas are here, and the overall portion of the pie that they represent. And as we've talked about, I believe in our April 8th board meeting, budget workshop that we had in Willits, we did talk about the big piece of the pie that public protection piece takes. So this is just the finalized proposed budget ratios here. We'll move on to our next slide. Now, as we discussed prior, at the last budget hearing for this fiscal year, for 24-25, the budget team made a recommendation that we start looking at a +1 model, an estimate, just so that we can take into consideration known factors and try to project out where we think our budget might be in that +1 year. So in this instance, in the 26-27 year, so that we can start planning, be more proactive, and be open and transparent with where we think that's going to be. Now here, again, these are estimates. These aren't projections. These are knowing what we know now. These are going to change into the future. But we're anticipating or estimating about a general fund NCC of about $105 million if it stays, all things staying relatively static with a 3% increase. And then that is taking into consideration a $4.4 million reduction in the general fund and the general pension obligation bond expenses. So that is factored in that. You notice that's about $1 million less than what we have in 25-26. So that increase offset that pension obligation bond reduction. Now our non-departmental revenue, harder to predict, but based on history, based on averages and trends, we're looking at about an $83 million non-departmental revenue available for 26-27, not all that different than what we're working with now, and slightly less as a matter of fact. So if we estimate that we see roughly a 3% increase, which is really an approximate average increase from starting in fiscal year 1920, and we assume that there's no change in what we call our above-the-line obligations, so anything that we have to give to roads, we have the library portion, anything we give debt service up above the line before we have our available revenue for the general fund department financing, which is about 15 million. We end up with that $83 million number available for our general fund departments. Now, of course, we know that $105 million department submitted. We know that includes the department asks, so we tried to take an estimate at what we might expect our CEO proposed NCC would be, factoring in reductions and adjustments, reappropriations that we've made in this fiscal year. And that estimates to about 99 million. So that incorporates slide 5, the reductions, the adjustments that we made on that slide. And then it also includes that 3% factor and the pension obligation fund expenses falling off. Those things compared to one another, we end up with a $16 million estimated deficit for fiscal year 26-27, which CEO Antle mentioned in her introduction. With this gives the budget team, the CEO's office, and hopefully your board insight into where we will be working toward in the coming year as we not only work through fiscal year 25-26, but as we also prepare for fiscal year 26-27. Try to keep in mind that we will be looking potentially at another $16 million deficit going into that year. We'll move on to slide 8. Here we have our revenue projections for 25-26, and I know you're familiar with seeing this chart by now, but we start with, let me back up just a hair. This graph here shows our non-departmental revenue, but it excludes any of our operating transfers in or transfers out. It excludes Measure P to give us a truer picture of what we have for our general fund departments. So we have our projected revenue at 94.7 million, and then you'll recall on slide 3 that we said 84. Of course, that's after we do our above the line obligations. So and operating transfers out. And the last bullet there, this is about $1 million more than what we projected for fiscal year 24-25, so the current fiscal year. We'll move on to the next slide. Our standard functional areas defined in case you're curious about which departments belong in which functional bucket. We'll move on. Now we get into our recommendations. Now, bear with me, we have, I think, 3 pages of recommendations here, maybe 4. And I will read them out for us all. Approve adjustments detailed in the CEO recommended budget adjustments to departments submitted as outlined in Attachment B, General Fund, and Attachment C, Non-General Fund. Approve the fiscal year 25-26 department funding requests, Attachment A, directing the Auditor Controller to return to the Board of Supervisors on June 4th, 2025. June 24th, thank you. Return to the Board of Supervisors on June 24th, 2025, with a formal resolution adopting the fiscal year 25-26 Mendocino County budget based on the above direction. Approve amendments to the position allocation table as listed in Attachment D, directing Human Resources to return to the Board of Supervisors on June 24th, 2025, with an updated position allocation table. And next, we have approve funded fixed assets and vehicles, structural improvements, and projects as listed in Attachment F. Approve fiscal year 25-26 Enterprise Internal Service Fund department allocations listed in Attachment H, and approve fiscal year 25-26 microwave public safety radio communications department allocations listed in attachment I. Those two items were something we discovered in the last budget cycle, and we'd come back at Q1 to have them approved. Now we're incorporating them as into the primary budget hearing. Approve prioritization of fiscal year 24-25 carry forward to deferred maintenance projects for 25-26. And approve use of $298,283 in designated retirement reserve for fiscal year 25-26 budget. Approve use of $1 million in designated mental health audit reserve for fiscal year 25-26 budget. Approve appropriation of $1 million in fiscal year 23-24 carry forward funding for fiscal year 25-26 budget. Approve the appropriation of the $325,844 in the TEETR reserve for fiscal year 25-26. Approve the appropriation of $533,610 in the EOC Emergency Operations Center PG&E funds for the 25-26 budget. And finally, approve the county minimum capitalization threshold resolution included in attachment E, and accept the fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget report. And with that, I believe we can move on to questions and discussions.
Supervisor Williams.
I'd like to thank CEO Antle for the forthright statement. I believe her analysis to be the truth, perhaps because it's been my sustained analysis for some time. I'm not in favor of using one-time funds for ongoing costs, but under the current fragile fiscal position we're in, it's the least damaging option available. And I accept this as a stopgap measure, not a strategy, because the conditions that make it possible won't exist next year. Our responsibility as a board is to allocate the forecasted revenue across departments, not to obscure obligations or spend beyond our means. And I think there's a sense of we have to solve the problem, we need to find the money. I think this is what we have to work with. You budget the money you have, not the money you would like to have. And every budget cycle we talk about, we need to go after properties that aren't assessed fully or bills that haven't been collected. We need to do all of those things, but you're not going to apply those benefits to this year's budget, right? This is the revenue we have to work with. You start those projects so that 4 or 5 years out, the county has a stronger financial footing. So I'll wait until we hear public comment, but I'm inclined to support the recommendations and move the recommended action.
Well, I appreciate those comments, Supervisor Williams, and I very much agree with what you're saying. I appreciate the staff coming up with this, the and one budget, because that allows us to see into the future a little bit better and makes the reality of what we're dealing with currently more real. So, you know, looking at a $16 million deficit for the coming year, the and 1 year is, you know, it's daunting, right? And very much we need to take that into consideration. I'll go to Supervisor Klein, then I'll come back with some of my specific questions.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo some of Supervisor Williams' comments. Of course, thank you to the CEO and her team for working to get us here today, and particularly appreciate the +1 budget projection. As we're in this process of having a structural deficit, we need to be working towards long-term planning, and I agree with Supervisor Williams. This is where we're at today. The work for next year's budget has to start tomorrow, and would like to see some sort of collaboration between this board and staff, whether it be an ad hoc committee or chair. I'm open to different models to help get us into a better place, because that 16 or 18, was it 18 or 16? Whatever it is, if it's 16 or 18, it's a looming number. So want to focus on that even as we're discussing this year's budget.
All right. Well, I'll go to, let's turn to page 7. Slide 7. And with the non-departmental revenue at 83 million. And that's assuming a 3% increase. So, you know, wasn't it, what was the number this year?
The number we have this year is on slide 3, which is 84 million.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out how we got a 3% increase and it went from 84 to 83.
So with this number, we have to factor in the above the line expenses as well. And so even when we have an approximate amount that we increase each year, it's based on historicals and we say 3%, that we're applying that to the revenue that's brought in, not necessarily to what's being expensed out before we have the money available for our general fund departments. So if this is really indicative of the expenses that we have in comparison to our revenue that we have available to us, because our revenue hasn't been outpacing our expenses. Our expenses rather have been outpacing our revenue. And now it's not a significant change. It's about $1 million, obviously rounded. So this is simply what we're estimating, and that could come in very different based on what we learn throughout the fiscal year. And we'll update it as we learn more too.
Okay. If we go to page 5, slide 5, and we're looking at using $500,000 from the PG&E Disaster Fund drought. Obviously, that's one-time only money, and that will leave us about $500,000 in that account.
Approximately, yes.
Yeah, and I think that in light of the Potter Valley project and that presentation or joint board meeting we had the other night, I think that we are going to need some money to deal with some of those issues or, you know, expenses that come along that we're responsible for. So do you think that 500,000 will get us for several years of being good collaborators in that process?
If I may here, and I'll certainly pass it to the CEO if she has anything to add or amend, but without knowing the actual costs that we're going to be incurring on this, leaving us with $500,000 leaves us with something that we can use with regard to this. But if we decide to pull the $500,000 we have appropriated here, we have to find it somewhere else and would be looking to the board to provide us a priority.
Right.
If I may, through the chair, I would just add that I think it's prudent to save the $500,000. It may cost more. I honestly don't know. Any impact to any of our communities, again, leads to more vulnerable individuals in our county. And we can't leave the coast dry when there's no water, and we can't abandon Potter Valley or Redwood Valley in a time of need, which also impacts downstream from there. So I really think setting that money aside for future, you know, it was overwhelming, I believe, for us the other night to understand the timeline and the dollars that are involved. But I think failing to be a collaborator at the table on this water issue would be a failure to our community as well.
Right, I totally support keeping that money in there, the $500,000, because we have to be good collaborators in that process. And I agree with Supervisor Williams in looking at that, you know, the strategic hiring plan, and you know, that $6 million that we're projecting from that, you know, that it's going to be on the board to hold that line, because if that's what we're counting on, and whether it's a conservative number or kind of a wild guess number, you know, we don't know yet. And until that, you know, the rubber meets the road and people start saying, hey, we're not going to hire that position, and it comes finally makes its way through the policy and comes to the board, you know, we don't know what the savings are going to be. And so I guess I'm just saying that for the board, it's our responsibility to try to maintain that $6 million savings there.
Thank you. I appreciate that comment because it is. I mean, as we've heard, there's only been slushies in the past on this. And so we really need the board to think about what's your major priority. It can't be everything's a priority because we won't be able to do everything. So that's going to set it. You will hear today from some departments in need, but again, we got to start holding the line and we got to set those priorities of what really needs to happen. So I appreciate those comments. Thank you.
Well, and then finally, looking at page or slide 11, and it says approved prioritization of fiscal year 24-25 carry forward for deferred maintenance projects for fiscal year 25-26. So this isn't the $1 million carry forward. This is a projected carry forward. Whatever, is my understanding correct that whatever carry forward we have at the end of this fiscal year, we will dedicate that to these deferred maintenance projects?
If I may, through the chair, yes. So the $1 million that we have is from the 23-24 carry forward that we know we have. This is the projected carry forward, or whatever we have in carry forward for fiscal year 24-25. We're recommending to use toward deferred maintenance projects to start chipping away at that $8 million deferred maintenance project list.
Right. And so we most likely we won't have $8 million of carry forward, but we'll be chipping away at it, as you say.
Chipping away.
Right. Very good. Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
I think the projection on potential savings from the hiring freeze and natural attrition may be overstated. And I think it's good in theory, and I think we have to do it, and as the chair said, it's the right approach. But what happens when a sheriff comes to one of us and says, we lost a resident deputy? We're going to rehire, right? You're not going to leave that. What happens when the tax collector says, I have a key position that's vacant? We need taxes to be collected. We need the audit to happen on the expected time frame. Same thing in the assessor's office. We're talking about keeping up on properties. So I'm questioning where this natural attrition will occur that will not need to trigger refilling a position. I think it's good in theory, but when you start looking at the details of which position, they're all critical. They would all have an argument that we need to replace rather than leave vacant. Am I the only one that's feeling this?
No, I think we're saying that we agree. I heard that from Supervisor Klein. And we're going to have to hold ourselves accountable to that. Just like, and I can make a point, is that when we did the voluntary incentive separation plan, right? The golden handshake, in essence. We had, 20, 30 people apply for it, but the actual savings were only $338,000 because those weren't in those general fund areas. So we're going to have to see when these numbers come through, what is general fund, where we're making the savings, and it's going to be very difficult.
We agree.
All right. Any other comments from the board before we start hearing department and office presentations? Okay. Staff?
Thank you. Before we get into introducing the departments, I left one thing out of my presentation about one of the departments presenting here today, and that was probation department. Now, they'll be presenting second on our list here. The CEO's office, after working more with Chief Locatelli on his budget, is recommending an approximately about a $188,000 backfill to the probation's budget, and he'll speak more to the details on that. I wanted to give you a heads up prior to his presentation, just to set the stage for that. as he comes up and speaks to his budget. Now, that $188,000 we recognize is going to need to be taken from somewhere, and as we work through that conversation, we'll be looking to the board to help us identify where we should prioritize taking that from. So we'll get into that more when we bring up the departments and when we bring up probation specifically, but with that, unless there's any questions that you'd like to ask on there, I think we can bring up our first department to speak.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So let us introduce our first department to speak on their budget. I believe the District Attorney's Office.
Good morning. I'm Dave Eister. I'm the District Attorney. What an honor to be first. I'm in a gruff mood because I've already been a long morning in court. I wanted to address something that takes you back to April 22nd. I apologize that I don't have a chair in the back of the chambers, that I'm not here at every appearance of the board to help you figure out what's information you can rely on, what information you can't rely on. I'm concerned, I'm going to ask you at some point to revisit your Prop 172. And I'm going to do that because there's some history here. The Prop 172 money originally was coming into the county through a pass-through account and going into basically the general fund. There were two people that thought that was wrong, Sheriff Tom Allman and me. We drafted letters seeking to have an accounting done of the Prop 172 with the support of the fire departments because they knew we were on their side. Never could get that accounting, but we were able to stop it from going through the pass-through account into the general fund, where it was basically, it was one of those, trust us, it's going to where it needs to be. Coming forward, I heard Supervisor Williams, you represented it to the board on the 22nd, that in the last 6 years, my budget has been under budget, and so there was money available to take. That's not true. When you take those 6 years of budgeting and you take a look, I will say that I have a very good people helping on the budget. They keep track of things. But when you look at the aggregate under budget for those 6 years, it was $5,250, basically a little less than $900 every one of those years. There were some years were a little over, some years were a little under, but there was no, what should I say, fluff in the budget. There wasn't money to go get, as you represented. And I went back and took a look at your words. I appreciate Supervisor Norvell at least asking questions at that hearing about that information. But the board as a whole accepted the representation that there was money to be had. Supervisor Williams said, I was going to suggest that we pull 1% or 1.04% from the district attorney. I went back and I looked at past years, and it seems like the DA comes in under budget. It won't make any difference. There's money available. Whereas I think the sheriff's budget is more likely to go over. No fault of the sheriff. It's just responding to crime. He can't predict it. So I would hate to make an adjustment where somebody's over and we have to cover it at the end of the year. I think if we take it from the DA's category, it'll be money that's sitting in the carry forward otherwise. So Supervisor Norvell, you thanked him for looking into that. You asked how long he'd looked at. Was it 2 or 3 years? He said he'd looked at it for 6 years, but the facts don't support that. There wasn't that money available. So I don't know, maybe some of you have been contacted by the fire departments, because there's one office that has been helping the fire departments, and that's the district attorney's office. Whenever I can, whenever I'm able to legally be mercenary, we have been providing funding. So out in Potter Valley, they recently got $15,000 from us. Out in Redwood Coast, they recently got $3,000 from us. Hopland, they recently got another $14,000 or $15,000 from us that I get through negotiating resolution of cases. That goes up to Willits. I don't remember the exact number there. It goes out. There's been money going to Little River in the past. So as you pull money out of the DA's office, understand we can't do everything and continue to help out like that. There has been a watershed of responsibilities put on the district attorney's office. And one would think that if you are a good steward of the public dollar and that you've stayed basically within $900 of your budgeted amount, you would think that you would be rewarded for that at some point instead of having basically $192,000 blasted into your budget. We don't have that. And understand the role of the district attorney. You can give the sheriff's office more money to investigate. You can give the police departments more money to investigate. They're the ones that start what I'll call the fight. But if the district attorney doesn't have the bandwidth and the resources to finish the fight, then that's wasted money. It's just wasted money. So we have things working against us. We had realignment. There were two winners in realignment, the sheriff's office and probation. There were two certain losers in realignment. It was the public defender's office and the DA's office. No funding for us, but more responsibility. Prop 47 came along. It changed the dynamics. It de-incentivized people going to drug court, and it created more work on the misdemeanor level for us. Prop 64 came along, and that put a big spear in a program that I had been doing to help the sheriff's office. From 2011 through 2023, the district attorney's office was able to bring in $8.3 million to the county, basically the sheriff's office, so that the old fights, there used to be a daily fight between Carmel Angelo and Tom Allman about how they were going to fund the sheriff's office. That went away. And pretty soon you had snowcats being purchased, you had new cars being purchased, you had new guns being purchased. And that's because the district attorney was putting in added effort. Now there's only two people that have ever thanked us for that, Carmel Angelo and Tom Allman, for the effort to make that. And at some point you would think you'd be, instead of having the DA's budget being blown open because you're trying to help someplace else, you would think there should be some institutional memory of these efforts to make things work better around here. Prop 64 changed how we did business. We started, there's been less enforcement, generally speaking, coming in from the sheriff's office, more coming in from the Fish and Wildlife. I call them Fish and Game. I have my own investigator who was a ACE investigator for the sheriff's office. He came over to us and he's still doing a very good investigation. We had Prop 56 come in. What happened there? It turned that there's been a revolving door in sentencing at state prisons. People think that if you have a violent felony, the statutes say that you're supposed to do 85% of your sentence. Not true. Prop 56 said that you would, it's a constitutional amendment so the Department of Corrections can give greater credits than what the statute says. I don't know if you know that. I know the general public doesn't know that. Strikes, you're supposed to do 80% of your sentence. Not true. They aren't doing that anymore. So we're seeing some of these people more than we should be seeing. We work harder to get them into basically warehousing for some of these people who deserve it, and then they come out faster. And so when you have folks like the DA's office, which is the tip of the spear, you'll remember at Redwood Valley, you asked me about how to fund. I said you take the funding, you turn it from horizontal to vertical, you fund from the top down, and when you run out of money, I'm sorry about that. That's how it's done. But it makes no sense to fund everything else and then take the DA down where the bandwidth and the resources are not sufficient to do the job we're required to do. I haven't done this since I've been the DA, but I'll tell you someone who did. It was Norm Vroman. About every appearance that the board had, he showed up and threatens the board with a lawsuit. And what he always said is you need to make sure that you read the Government Code 25303, which says that the Board of Supervisors shall not obstruct the investigative function of the sheriff of the county, nor it shall obstruct the investigative and prosecutorial function of the district attorney of the county. That shows you the priority, folks. That's in the Government Code. And when you try to pull money out to give to other people, and by the way, Supervisor Williams, I'm not contesting that the fire departments need money, and that's why I keep making sure I send them money, sort of thing. I've met with the chiefs. I've I've tried to get legislation to make fire departments victims of arson so that they can get their costs reimbursed. Didn't seem to be much interest in that in Sacramento. So we're not going to give up on that. I haven't come to you when I had to go down to Marin County for over 2 weeks with staff and everything to do a change of venue arson case. I think you all remember the Hopkins fire out in Calpella. I didn't come to you and say I needed more money, and I never have. And so what I've always said to you is the district attorney office, give me status quo and I'll be okay. We're down right now 5 or 6 attorneys, 6 attorneys out of a staff. We have less prosecutors being funded in this county, if they were all present, than you have public defenders, which seems strange. Since we do a lot more work on the front end, search warrants, things of that sort, advice, but we're down from 16 now to 10. And that's why I carry as full, if not more, of a load than anyone else. That's why you don't see me. It's because I'm doing as much of a caseload. So I appreciate the help Darcy's had. We've, Supervisor Williams, you've been at budget hearings. We go to those budget hearings. We're prepared. We're congratulated on being a stable budget unit. But then all of a sudden there's a hole blown into the budget. And I don't know how we fix that without cutting back on the public safety function that, one, you expect, and two, that the people of Mendocino County expect, and two, what is necessary for law enforcement if they're going to do their job. So I don't mean to sound gruff with you. I've talked to some of you about this, but I think it's important we have accurate facts when we're talking about what I call spur of the moment. There's an old saying, and it goes beyond Ronald Reagan, trust but verify. And what you've done is trust in some regards, but you haven't verified. And so I'm here to answer questions if you'd like.
Okay, well, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so I don't find you to be gruff, but I do have 2 questions for the district attorney. One, in the trailing 6 years, how many times did your office go over budget? How often at the end of the year were you negative?
1 second, I'll tell you that. Carmen, do you have that paper? Yeah. 2018, 2019 under, 2019, 2020 over, 2020, 21 over. The pandemic was really hard on us. 21, 22 under, 22, 23 under, 23, 24 over. And again, you aggregate this, we're under by $5,250.
Understood. And second question, is it possible for the district attorney, the sheriff, and the probation chief to get together and come up with a formula? My hunch is this board will support public safety. Can you folks work on how you think the 172 should be divided? We want to keep the commitment to fire that was made in 2017. How that commitment is made, I don't have a preference. I imagine my colleagues don't have a preference. But it would be helpful if public safety could agree on it rather than the board having to be the arbiters.
Well, what you agreed on was that the district attorney would take the massive hit. No, that's what you did.
We can change that,
Well,
but is it possible to get public safety to agree on what makes sense?
You have one agency, it's called the sheriff, that takes a very large amount of all aspects. You have the district attorney and probation that do very little as far as that. So I thought that the formula, without taking all the cuts to give to the fire department, was okay. What we need is consistency. But this is quite similar to, again, Redwood Valley when we were out there. And Supervisor Williams, you wanted the law enforcement people to suggest where they should take cuts. And I don't agree with that. You've talked to me on the phone in the last 2 years asking me to help with other departments because we were stable at the DA's office to help them figure out how they can become stable. And I declined because that's not my job. But, you know, I'll certainly talk to the sheriff. I'll certainly talk to Mr. Locatelli. But ultimately, this is the budget, what if you call it the spear, where you turn it vertical and you fund from the top and you go down until you're out of money. And the tip of that spear is the district attorney's office.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I have one follow-up question. Those years where your office went over budget, did the board make good on providing additional funds? Have we actually told you, no, we can't support your needs?
I've never come to the board and asked you to support extra.
Right. So
Ever.
So my assertion that it won't make a difference. If the DA shows up and says, I'm able to fill all of my positions, I don't have enough funds, I imagine this board will always make good. I think that's been the pattern.
Well, it's not the pattern, it's the agreement. It's an agreement that I had with former supervisors and Carmel Angelo. It's an agreement that's been continued on by the CEO, Antle. So I've taken people at their word. So I'm concerned, though, that, like I say, you can portray it as one thing, but the reality is we've been very good stewards. We haven't had to come to you to ask for more money. And that's been not just the last 6 years that you looked at, but that goes back to 2011 coming forward. And so it's one of those things, there's a certain amount of pride. I have these people here working with some others that on a daily basis are trying to make sure, despite folks that are working against us within the county, trying to make sure that we stay within our budget. And if we go over, it's not enough that really is going to be a thing. You know what's unfortunate about budgeting? Is at the end of the year, if you're under budget, the board sweeps it instead of rewarding that so you can do special projects in the coming year. That's what's wrong. And it's not, I'm not saying that's this group. It's county budgeting as a whole. It's maybe state budgeting. They give you money. They say, be good with it. You're better than you should be. And all of a sudden they say, and by the way, give it back, because now we're going to spend it on other things, on departments or offices that were not as effective. So you have to understand that in the last year, for example, in jury trials, we had a 91% winning rate. This year, right now, we're winning jury trials at 80%. Winning isn't everything. It's about doing justice, but it's a pretty good allocation of our resource when we're able to help victims. We get victims. We get experts here. We do serious cases. We do them whether it's in Mendocino County or somewhere else, and we get good results.
Okay. Thank you, DA Eister. I think we understand your budget request.
I stand ready to meet with anyone that wants to come down and hear and see and you can talk to my staff anytime you want to see if there's information you don't have, but it's very hard to be an elected official when you watch decisions being made on misinformation.
Okay, thank you. And, yeah, Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess if there's an appetite from a majority of this board to look at the redistribution of that 1.04%, I would certainly entertain that. I think it's our job to do that. You know, we can ask these three departments to go into a room and duke it out. You know, that may be a fight that I'd be willing to pay to see, but I'm certainly not going to promote it. I think, again, it's our job to do. You know, and that way the decision's ours, and if these electeds come back to us with an issue, they can come back to us with an issue instead of having to fight amongst themselves. So, again, if there's an appetite from a majority of the board to relook at distribution of that 1.04, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, why don't we hold that decision off until the end of the presentations so that we can see what the big picture is?
Yeah, yeah, my apologies. I certainly wasn't recommending right now.
Yeah, okay. All right, and with that, why don't we take a break until 5 to 11?
De estado programado para la ayuda solamente, y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. Because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage because it's something that has put me in touch with my child or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo, muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa. A veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo. A veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Meeting back to order. It's 10:55. We'll go to Mr. Rakes.
Thank you, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO. The next department on our list here is Chief Locatelli from the Probation Department, and he has two portions. I believe he'll be speaking to one, his budget portion, and then the second portion being his discussion on reserves. So, not his reserves, sorry, his fund balance that he has in a couple accounts. So just keep in mind that we have two different discussions that Chief Locatelli will be speaking to.
All right, good afternoon, or actually good morning still. Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. As Mr. Rakes pointed out, I have a couple things that I'll be addressing with you today. I'll start with reserves. They're technically not probation reserves. They're reserves from state funding. It's Local Law Enforcement Services Realignment Account 2011 in your guys' packets. Easier to identify it under 2859. I'm not 100% certain why the county does the things that it does and the way that it does it. This is an aggregate balance of 4 different funding streams. The county lumps it all into one. It makes it difficult when you're looking at it to understand it in that capacity. If they would break it out into 4 different, it would be easier to talk about it.
So, Chief, is there an attachment or something that we can look at?
It's in your packet. The county put it together, not probation. I'm a little I don't like to do presentations this way, as none of the materials are mine. I'm just going to be talking to you about things. Normally
Okay.
I bring slideshows and,
Let's see,
but
I'm just gonna ask staff, do you know which attachment it is?
If I may, through the chair, it's the schedules that has budget unit 2859, and it's on page 88.
So which attachment is that?
If I may, through the chair, it's the proposed 25-26 CEO level schedule 9 budget unit 0400 4000 sorry 1000 through 3999.
Okay, it's number 19, right?
Um, yes, it's number 19, and it's on page 88. It's in the Local Law Enforcement Services Realignment 2011.
Okay, got it. Sorry about that, but thank you.
yeah, no problem. It's easier to follow along and see what I'm talking about. But there isn't much to show you other than there's a balance in there. It's a fund balance, but like I mentioned, it's from growth. So these 4 separate accounts have growth attached to them, not just base. The base is found in 2857, so that has its own separate accounting. Then there's a growth account. And the growth is, again, an aggregate of 4 separate funding streams. The funding streams are the Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act, which your chair sits on the Juvenile Justice Commission and hears all of that information and what we do. That's also the one when I walked in that the county got audited on within my first year or 2 of being a chief. The YOBG is the Youthful Offender Block Grant. You know, those funds come into the county. Again, that's all handled through the Juvenile Justice Commission, and I have to do presentations in front of those for those expenditures. They don't just come to probation, they go to all services that are for the juvenile justice. And then the JPA and the reentry. Reentry is literally if somebody goes to DJJ, which no longer exists, or to a secure track, and then they come out, there's a pot of funds that are available. I can't spend $1 of that money today. Don't have any of those youth. So it sits in a growth account. So there's 4 separate accounts. We'll get into that a little bit later as to what we're doing with some of those funds in the growth account. But again, 4 accounts aggregated into one makes it look like a bigger dollar amount than is actually available. All of these accounts have different use restrictions. They're all state funds. So when I get into my budget discussion, again, you'll understand why I talk boards, the new chiefs, when I teach budgets about probation. I like the visualization that we're playing Jenga here. Picture Jenga when I talk about probation's budgets, because all these little blocks go into the total package. And they all have different uses and different funding allocations and different responsibilities and different requirements. Extremely complex, so I try to make it as simple as possible. So those are the 4 that go into that. That's what that fund balance is a representative of. And then when we go through my budget, I'll talk about some of the expenditures that we're drawing down or some of the delays that have happened and why it hasn't drawn down. Again, I think it's easy to discuss the juvenile hall first. So I'll start there. So last year's net county cost for juvenile hall was $2,643,701. We have a salary increase of $106,105. This year's request started off at $2,554,453, which is $89,248 more than last year. After the reduction, so I'm not sure if we discussed this, I didn't hear it, but there was an overprojection on the pension obligation funds. to the departments, so our costs were higher than they actually were. So the new net county cost with the reduction for probation's juvenile hall department is $2,505,358. So put that in proportion, I'm coming in $138,343 less than I had last year. I am submitting a budget to the county that is less than last year's budget by 5.3%, or the number that I already gave to you. So we were able to request this based on efficiencies created, working together mostly with public health and behavioral health for reduced medical costs due to the Cal-AIM rollout, and increased revenues due to our contracting with Lake County. It's inaccurate to think we will have savings based on vacancies. If there is a vacancy in our line staff, we call in extra help and overtime to fill those vacancies. These are mandated staffing levels. We already reduced in 2018 when the board voted, I believe, 3 to 4 separate times to keep the hall open 5-0. So we reduced our staffing levels to what we currently have. We have a 42-bed hall, but we reduced the staffing to only have 20 youth at any given time. We also laid off staff in 2018. So I know the board is opposed to layoffs, but I did it. I've already done it in 2018. To keep the hall open, we did layoffs, we reduced staffing, and we kept it open. And now the ADP, which is the average daily population, is fluctuating between 13 and 20. So could you imagine if you had closed the hall and you were sending 13 to 20 kids out of the hall? It's costing over $220,000 per kid to send them out of county. And that's just the bed day rate cost. That doesn't cost your travel times. That doesn't cost medical expenses. So again, my ask is 5.3% less than last year. So at this time, I'm recommending and requesting that there be no additional cuts. The 6% vacancy factor that was attributed to all the departments, it isn't an accurate attribution to the juvenile hall. I won't have a vacancy. Now, there could be some marginal cost savings, because if you have an employee that isn't there and you're backfilling with extra help and overtime, there are a small portion of cost savings that relates to retirement or health and benefits. So as Mr. Riggs pointed out, there was some miscalculations. I only was able to get my actual numbers about 3:30, 4 o'clock last night. So again, I wasn't able to prepare slideshows to have all this in front of you. It's all off of this conversation that I'm having with you. So, you know, I am requesting not to go down. I think the verbal representation is there's a proposed $146,784.44 reduction based on the contingency that doesn't really exist. So I'm requesting that, even though that's the proposed recommendation, that the board follows what I've already outlined and what I put in. I don't see that savings happening, and I'm already bringing our costs down, as I mentioned, the 5.3%, which is pretty close to the cut that the county's proposing already. So I'll have a disproportionate cut again if you do the 6% on top of my 5.3 already. I'm not sure that you're looking at 11.3 for any other department. So we are already bringing this in, and when you hear probation's budget, it's the same way. I don't budget for my FTEs times 12. I think CEO Antle has already mentioned there are some departments that look at vacancies, and I know it's going to take me a while to fill it, so I project out at 6 months or 9 months. I'm already building in my vacancy rate to the county, and that's how we're able to come up to these costs. So that's Juvenile Hall's request. That is the budget. Again, I don't think you have any other departments that are submitting a budget proposal that's less this year than last year. So I'm not really able to sustain an additional cuts. Probation department?
Chief?
Yes.
So we're taking in, we have a contract with Lake County to take
Yes.
in some of their youth.
Yes.
Right. So how's that working?
It's working well because, so Lake and Mendocino County are similar. Lake County's kids are moving back and forth across the line. The line isn't very far away, right? We're very close to Lake County. So these are our kids in addition to theirs. It's just where do their parents live at that moment. So there's a lot of commonality between our kids. I already showed you, like, we're able to shrink net county costs because of the revenues that are being generated by Lake County's bed day rate paying. So it's good for Lake County to be closer, to have their kids in Mendocino County. You know, that there should be a regional approach. Ultimately, I think the counties, both Mendocino and Lake, should be looking at a JPA for operating a juvenile hall and just pay a percentage. But, you know, when they lost the contract in 2017, there were some hard feelings in Lake County. I've only recently been able to get them to come back to Mendocino County on a bed day rate. I think it's working well. I think Lake County is happy. I have to meet with their grand jury pretty regularly. They walk through our hall just as Mendocino County's grand jury does, just as their juvenile judge does. There's a lot of inspections happening. We're an open book to those types of inspections. I think it's working well, saving the county money, and it's a better outcome for both Lake and Mendocino County.
Okay, and just so I can have a better understanding of the budget numbers you were talking about, you say that, I think it was 138 that you've cut already, and then to get to this balanced budget, do we have, is it an additional 147, or is it, I'm wondering where that number came from.
Yeah, so my net county costs last year, I've reduced it this year by $138,343. The verbal cut that the county is proposing is $146,784.44. So that 6% vacancy factor that they built into my budget is reducing me by that amount. So if you're going to make us whole, you need to give back $146,784.44, and not what's on paper. What's on paper is $175,663.44, but as I'll explain in a little bit, there was some miscalculations done. So the CEO's office is recommending the 146 and not the 175 that's in your packets.
Thank you.
And I'm also aware that my carry forward between both my departments is less than what I'm asking for you to give me back. So just as the district attorney said, if you don't use my funds to go towards other budgets or other people's projects, and you just restored my own funds to me, my budget is intact. So I'm providing you with some simple solutions to what I'm proposing. But we'll get to that because probations is more complex than juveniles.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Is it accurate to say your proposal provides the bare minimum to meet the mandates?
Yes.
Okay, so if we go in below that, we're not meeting mandates.
I won't meet the budget because I have to call people in.
Yeah, so district attorney asked us to, was it trust and verify? Is the executive office able to verify that the chief's proposal is the bare minimum? And if I'm assuming he's right, that's my presumption because he has a history of being right. Why are we allocating less than it'll actually take? If he's going to backfill with overtime, won't that just be an unpleasant surprise for us later?
You want me to go?
Darcy Antle, CEO. So if I understand your question, you're asking us to understand Chief Locatelli's mandates to the level to understand if he's doing the bare minimum or if he's going above and beyond.
That's
right. To that, sitting up here, we cannot.
Okay. So if we presume that it is 100% accurate, why would we fund below that level? What is our plan?
If I may, through the chair, it's related to the calculation for the retention and turnover. We knew countywide that there's a potential $6 million countywide retention. Per the direction, we had to apply that to all of the 1,000 series in order to book that realized retention. We understand that some departments may not have a retention, like CEO Antle said in the opening. The Board of Supervisors was hit with a retention amount. We realize that there will not be a cut to the 1,000 series for the board or a retention, but the departments can work together with us during quarterly adjustments to reallocate that to the 2,000 series. I get your question if he's trying to get the mandated services.
Well, I think we're doing it wrong if we're I understand we applied it across all the departments. But there's some departments where it doesn't make sense. Board of Supervisors, there probably will be 5 of us here. And probation, if they're already at the level, the minimum funding to meet mandates, we can't cut them more. That design no longer makes sense to apply it everywhere. It seems like we need to unselect a couple departments.
If I may, through the chair, we worked with auditor controller that recommended that we do it to the 1000 series in this manner. It can come from their 2000 series. So for example, with the Board of Supervisors, you may not, well, you may have savings in your 1000 series if you choose to eliminate some benefits or other things, but you can look at your 2000 series and save that $3,000 to $5,000, whatever your cut was, I can't recall, out of your 2000 series. So maybe you limit your education or your training or your dues or your travel out of the 2000 series. And then through quarterlies or even on consent, we can come forward and move that money from the 2000 to the 1000 series. So
understood. And the budget team and the executive office have an impossible task. Basically, we all want status quo, but we have less buying power this year. So, right, this is the pain of cuts. But I hear the chief telling us that we're going to spend more than we're budgeting, that this plan doesn't work. So my question, I guess, is, are we planning to not meet the mandates, or are we planning to have to make an adjustment later because we know this amount will not work?
I think that's the decision of this board and the chief. The chief will have to confirm with you that he is doing all his mandates. I cannot read and understand everybody's mandated services for the entire county. That's why we have department heads and elected officials that lead their area. We need everybody to step up and understand where the county is. And again, it gets back to the prioritization of this board and what you want to fund or not fund. And again, you're setting a budget, you're setting a goal, you're setting a target. You do have opportunities whenever you choose to come back and bring the budget back and make adjustments as needed. If for some miracle reason we get additional revenues, or we find grants in other areas, or we may have to lean on another department that's going to have savings and use their savings to support Chief Locatelli.
And that is my ask, to support myself with myself. I have asked that my own carry forward turn around and come back into the department to close the gap. I already created a 5.3% reduction, and all of my capital improvement projects are non-general fund. When we go through this in more detail, the general fund hasn't paid for a capital improvement project in probation or the juvenile. So to incentivize a department, our carry forward shouldn't be swept into the general fund if we're doing all of this work and where savings are coming through staff in my department, as you saw on agenda item C. When you have a 22.45% vacancy rate, it's because staff are doing 2 to 3 jobs. There should be some acknowledgement of that and some reward instead of stripping budgets even further. So, outside of that argument, I have no disagreements with what your executive office is saying or with your budget team. Worked hand in hand with them. I think they're doing a phenomenal job on trying to close this deficit. I think the decisions are with the board. The board is going to have to make these difficult decisions, but I've already shown you where our reductions are. I did all the work. My department did all the work up front. I don't need a cut to then come in addition to that because it's a disproportionate impact. It's now 12% instead of 6%. So that is our ask. If the board isn't willing to do it, then I would just suggest what CEO is already saying. You're going to need to do quarterly adjustments when we run over. We're going to run over in this scenario. But I don't want to be back before the board like I was many years ago when you built in a structural deficit, which I said it multiple times, and then reading about how probation doesn't understand its budget and how are we over. I'm not over. It's a structural deficit that was put in here. So I don't want to show up in front of the board and be talking about, well, if I go over, then maybe it comes out of our paychecks. I mean, that fight happened here years ago. So I don't want that to happen if you're going to do this. I'm not recommending you do this because I've already had these conversations. You can look at our percentages. This department used to have 100% general fund to juvenile hall. As I proposed this budget, it's 56.99%. I've routinely been bringing down the general fund contribution to the juvenile hall, and probation is much less. I was recommending 32%. We would be under 29% when I get to that presentation. So that's where we're at. That's what I have to say on the juvenile hall discussion. The costs are extraordinary to send kids out of county. I don't recommend doing that. I recommend doing the cost-effective measures. We are showing those to you. It's reflected in the statistics I just.
Supervisor Williams.
So the question for the board through the chair is, I'm not comfortable passing a budget that's unrealistic if the theory is we can make adjustments later, right? If we know about those, we need to include them now. So I think the question for us is, are we reducing the work that gets done by programs? Are we cognitively deciding we have to trim and we're going to take that hit in service? Because otherwise, we're hearing what the true cost will be. We need to budget. How would you like to resolve this?
Well, what I'd like to do is hear all these presentations, and then we'll come back together and we'll try to figure out where we are, right? Because we'll hear the big picture about what it looks like.
And one follow-up question. How can this board learn what they mandated, the costs associated with mandated services are? I know we've asked at various times, show us the budget that's just meeting the mandates. Maybe that's what this budget is, and what we're finding is we can't even meet all the mandates, so we're going to have to fall short on some of those, and it's the board's job to choose which. But I think it may be helpful for us and for the public following along to understand whether the draft budget proposal includes anything that's not a mandate. Is there any discretionary spending that could be reallocated to some of the mandated needs?
Okay, Chief.
So last point on, before I leave this, is I try not to read social media. I don't find it overly accurate. But the total expenditures is roughly $4.4 million this year in juvenile hall. And that's not an ongoing operational budget cost. That's not how much it costs to run a juvenile hall. It's because the capital improvement projects are put in there. So there's one-time expenses. So anytime we're putting in a major project, which is, again, not general fund, that goes into the total expenditures. So I have read out somewhere that that's how much it costs to run the hall. That's insane. Well, that's not true. So this isn't so much for the board. It's more for the general public listening. That's a narrative that's false. The operating costs are what they are. The net county cost is reducing this year from last year. So with that, that's juvenile hall. Probation, I'm sorry, it's more complicated. This is, I don't generally like to read to the board, but I'll read a little bit just to get through this. So last year's net county cost, $2,369,715. There was 3 large increases that are hitting us. One, the salary increase, $266,197 more. Then there's a liability insurance that the county is putting onto probation. It's $125,284 more than it was last year. Then there's the ISF charge. It was frozen last year to probation, not this year. There is a reduction to it, but it's still $78,713. You just add those 3 categories alone, that's $470,194 more than last year's. So after the obligation bond mistake, we were at requesting $2,712,750. That's reduced down to $2,590,344. And I've already mentioned this, but I previously discussed with the board that net county cost is only covering 32% of our total expenditures. The initial proposed cuts were to my full 1,000 series. At the time, that was $6,475,355. So this methodology can be uniformly applied to departments that are 100% general fund equally, but it creates disparate outcomes with a department like probation. All revenue coming into the 1,000 series should have been backed out, and only the 6% applied to what the general fund contributes to. Even after discovering the error, the verbal proposed cuts are now based off of $3 million $818,517, when clearly it shouldn't be anything above our total net county cost ask. You can't tax or cut what's not general fund. The ultimate gap created between the proposed cuts and our ask is $229,111, which equates to a total of an 8.84% reduction to our total net county cost. Given our cuts in 2018, I'll always have to bring the board back to this because, as the district attorney mentioned, there is a lack of institutional knowledge. And I have to keep reminding the board of cuts that were already sustained, taken. As I previously mentioned, between salaries, liability insurance, and our ISF costs, that increased my budget by $470,194. Our increased request to net county costs from last year is $220,629. Probation is covering 53% of those costs. For us to be asked to reduce by 8.84% means that we're now covering 98% of those increases. That's not sustainable, and it's not a reasonable expectation. We already built in the vacancy rates, as I've discussed. My ask is that you don't impose what's on paper cut, which is $388,520, which is 15% of my total net county cost, or even the new amount of $229,111, which is 8.84% of my net county cost. If the board feels that it's appropriate for probation to take further cuts, I would recommend that you take a 4% off my net county cost. Don't try to do it from the 1000 series. It's complex, it's complicated. Just take it straight from my net county cost ask. That would be $103,000 reduction to my budget, which would put us at $2,488,000. So if the board were to do that, that would take us down to just around 30% general fund at the probation department. As I proposed, it would be 32.25%. If the board does the full cut, then you're going down under 29%. So in addition to that request, I respectfully ask that the hiring freeze or a strategic freeze to probation, which you've already seen, 22.45% vacancy rate. I'm requesting that the board allow HR to fly our deputy probation officer position tomorrow. I need to get these positions filled. We are not meeting mandates. I'm having every single report to the court this month is late. If we continue on that path, then you're not having efficiencies in the county. District attorneys, public defenders, courts, sheriffs, all of these people's time are not going to be effective because the report's not there. So I can't sustain with what we're doing. I just need those positions opened and I need to fly them. We already have a built-in vacancy rate because it takes a while to hire somebody. I've spent the last 2 years trying to knock down inefficiencies of the hiring process. Supervisor Novell asked how long. I'll tell you, it takes 4 to 6 months to get the butt in the chair. Public safety. By the time you get through backgrounds, the interview process, the recruitment process, so we're already having, you already are limiting just the natural process of getting people into the position. I don't think the board intended to create additional bureaucracy or micromanage what we're doing in public safety. I understand the strategic hiring freeze, and it's very important county-wide. I know I'm not special. I know probation's not special, but you saw what the impacts, you saw it on paper. See what it's happening at our level. So I am requesting that the board just authorize that one so I don't go through the 3.5 pages worth and submit it a month from now so that you can then approve it. I'm asking for that approval today if possible. And I think it's very obvious that it's not effective to have higher paid positions backfilling line staff. That's not cost effective, and it's not a good use of resources. It's also not a good use of resources to have sworn public safety positions doing non-public safety work. When we only have one staff assistant for the entire probation and juvenile hall department, if that person's not vacant and I put it before you all, you say, well, it's just a staff assistant. And I'm going to say then they're going to be backfilled by a higher level position like a probation officer or a corrections officer. That's not cost effective. So, I think probation has shown that we're fiscally responsible. Definitely understand what's going on at the county level. We are being good partners by absorbing 53% of the cost increase in probation and reducing by 5.3% in juvenile hall from last year's net county cost. So just imagine all the cost increase we've had, and I'm reducing by 5.3% more than what we had last year. So, that is my request. I'm happy to answer questions. I think the statistics speak for themselves. I think the numbers speak for themselves.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you. Chief, at the workshop in Redwood Valley, I think it was either mentioned by you or the district attorney, you were talking about collaboration and that there's a program, and I apologize if I get this wrong, but I believe it was a program that you're required to pay for that the DA has been covering for you, and that I believe you told me in one of our discussions about the CCP money that you were going to propose paying that out of CCP this year. Is that still true?
Happened.
Okay. What do you have a dollar amount for that?
It was $50,000.
50,000. Thank you.
Out of the district attorney's net county cost, that's going to be absorbed by Community Corrections Partnership funds. Great. From that contingency we discussed a couple Tuesdays ago.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We'll take that into consideration with the rest of the request. Deputy CEO Rakes.
Thank you. Once again, we are off to our next department. Again, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO. Our next department, our office to present is Sheriff Kendall from the Sheriff's Office.
Chair Hashtag, members of the board, Matt Kendall, Sheriff Mendocino County. So the Sheriff's Office, because we are the largest ask from the general fund, it appears that we have the largest cuts. Roughly 2.4 million in the patrol side, roughly 2.7 in the patrol side, 1.4 in the jail side. The strategic hiring freeze, I understand that that is important, but we also have to think about the fact that we're going to be opening the Mendocino County, the behavioral health wing of the jail, which is going to cost us about 10 employees. And I don't know where we're going to come up with those if we don't have the money to pay for what we have right now. We have some concerns regarding being able to get these people hired in time. That's very concerning because we've got to get that jail open by a certain date or the state can come back after us for various things. I don't want to play that game. I want to be able to get the job done. So when I look at my overall budget, we are in hard times, and I understand that. I'm not expecting you guys to wave a magic wand or rob a couple of banks because that still wouldn't get us where we were going. My thought process behind this is that we continue down the road working with the CEO, coming back and asking for the quarterly shore-ups. My undersheriff, Mr. John J. Magnan, is in the in the audience this morning. We've started down the road of looking at some office closures and dates and times where we're going to have less professional staff in there through attrition, I'm certain, and being able to close the office to basically catch up on work on certain days and at certain times where we're not going to be having a huge impact on the public. That's probably going to be helpful. But a lot of the work that we have to do, it's mandated. We've got to report to the state. We've got to get reports over to the district attorney. And then the other thing on top of that is we have to have a certain number of people working in the Mendocino County Jail to keep it off of lockdown, keep it open, and keep the services flowing, because if we don't, we begin looking at liability and lawsuits. These are the issues that we're all facing when we see a time where the price has gone up, but the revenue has gone down. The other issue, we gave COLAs and raises to our employees, and I appreciate that, because if we hadn't I wouldn't have any employees. Maybe that would solve the problem, but it sure wouldn't solve the problem for the public. Currently, we're facing some issues in Mendocino County that absolutely demand that we do our jobs. They absolutely demand that we have deputy sheriffs on the streets. I don't know how many of you folks have the the public crawling up your back about not enough patrols in various areas when we've got 2 people on the street for the north, for the coast, and for central on a given day. You split 3,500 miles in between 6 deputy sheriffs, and usually we're lucky we can have a couple of sergeants on to help at that time. But at this point in time, we are running on the bare bones minimum. Now, some of this is absolutely my fault because I requested that we work very hard to get some market parity and some raises for our employees. But at the same time, if we didn't do that, we would not have the employees that we have right now. The other issue is we have attrition. We do. I've separated myself from a few of my employees over the last couple of months because they just weren't quite meeting muster. But will we be able to replace those employees? So what my hope is that we can get through this budget cycle without causing too much pain and allow us to work with the CEO on a quarterly basis and come back before you and let you know where we're at and what we're doing. Rome wasn't built in a day. We didn't get in this problem in 24 hours. We know that we've had a structural deficit for quite a while. My budget has a structural deficit of roughly $4 million. But we've got to get in the boat and start all of us rowing in the same direction if we're going to get through this. And so I know we can get a little passionate about our agencies and our offices, but now is the time for us to be passionate about supporting each other, working our way through this, making the cuts where we have to. Hopefully we can get some one-time funding from the state, from the feds to do those things, our DSEP funding, the McGuire money. I've been able to lean in on that for the recent homicides in the marijuana grows, and I know that that's going to save us probably about $300,000. Every homicide that we have, I can almost immediately say that's going to cost us $150,000 by the time that we get done giving testimony and a person is convicted on this. So I don't know. I don't envy you folks, and I'm sorry that you're in the positions that you're in. I'm sorry I may have caused some of that, but that's what I had to do. So now all of us have got to do what we have to do to be able to get through it. And I'll answer any questions that you have.
Well, thank you, Sheriff. And, yours is the biggest budget of the general fund.
Yes.
And I appreciate, what I hear is the collaboration that's going on between you and the executive office to bring down the cost.
Absolutely.
It seems like that's what we need to be doing to work together to make sure, we can't, hamstring you, right?
But some of the
and
things
the office.
Some of the things that the CEO has come up with, they're going to save us money 2 and 3 and 4 years down the road, for decades down the road. Moving the evidence bin into a county-owned building where we aren't shelling out a lot of money every month for those types of things. Though, she's drawing things back in, working with the undersheriff and with my various commanders to be able to make sure that we can get this done. It's not saving us right now in this moment. And right now in this moment is where my concern is. I'm certain that's where your concern is as well.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
I too appreciate the tone. I imagine there's an ideal ratio when we divide funds across public safety departments. Would you say that that's represented in the current draft budget proposal between probation, DA, and sheriff?
Well, the issue is not the ratio, it's the dollar amount. We can say, we can cut everybody 6%, but with my budget, 6% is a lot of money. With the district attorney's budget, it's less, and with Eisen's budget, it's not very large at all.
But the total for public safety, I think this board can probably agree on, because we can't cut tax collection or assessment, or that's going to hit public safety years out.
It is.
So if we look at what we can afford for public safety total, the only question we have is how to apportion it.
Yes.
And what I'm looking for is the CEO's draft budget. Does it represent the best apportionment? Understanding everybody is not getting what they need to do the optimal job. Is it the right balance?
Well, I think where we have to be is myself, the district attorney, and probation have to meet with the CEO and say what we can and cannot do. Yeah. I believe that we can somehow get through this. It's just a question of, we're not going to be whole when we come out the other side. This is one of those fights. Do not walk away thinking that you're not going to be bleeding when you're done, because we will. The question is, how much do we put off onto the public? There are certain things, Butte County just passed a tax measure to fund public safety. You know, I don't remember how big it was. I don't remember if it was an 1/8 cent or a 16th cent. Butte County just recently passed that to make sure that public safety was funded. There's various things that we can look at, things that we can do. Right now, we're trying to deal with a math equation. That's all that this is. It's simply a math equation. If we have 20 employees and $2,000, we know that all of those employees can get $10. Right now, we've got 20 employees and $15 paychecks. And so, working with the CEO, we're going to have to figure out how to make that math equation work.
Final question, are you recommending that we accept the CEO's proposal?
Yes, I am. I think that, you know, we're going to have to make some tweaks in it before we finish up. I believe everything that Chief Locatelli brought, as well as the district attorney, we're going to have to make some of these tweaks. We're going to have to figure those things out. But I think it's going to be important to, as we go through this year on our quarterly report outs, we figure out where we can go, what we have a little extra in the 4,000 series and the 2,000 series. Under Sheriff Magnan recently went through and cleaned up about $160,000. I know it took him an entire weekend of working on it, but we were able to clean that up from contracts and whatnot. But we had to kind of do a deep dive into it to see what we can live with and what we can't. And when I say we, I mean the public. So those are the types of things where when we work with the CEO on these things, she's coming up with some ideas. She's coming, and you know, we're not having heated meetings. It's what can you do? What can we do? I know that we'll get through this. We always do. It's not going to be a lot of fun coming out the other side. And then knowing that we're roughly $16 million into a structural deficit for next year, how do we continue on? Anyway, do you folks have any questions?
Not seeing any up here.
Well, just to understand that we will be coming in and we're going to be saying we have got to hire for that jail. We're going to be coming in and with $4 to $4.1 million of deficit. Right now, I'm not going to be able to come in on, I know that, but I'm going to try. We'll see where we land.
Right. And what is the deadline for the jail? Like, the completion is at the end of the year?
Yes. And then we've got a few months where we work out the nuts and bolts and get our personnel in place and see how we're going to run it. I was a very young man, I believe in 1992. I was 22, 23 years old when we opened the building 2. And it took us about a month to be able to get the kinks worked out, the inmate movement worked out, things like that. Because there's some things that the best laid plans, they don't look the same when boots on the ground walk in the door. Supervisor Williams knows from his time in the fire service that you know, you can plan out the best approach on every building, and you can know every building in your area. But when that fire breaks out, it's not going to burn where you want it to. You know, you have to react to what's going to be going on in front of you at the moment.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If I may, through the chair, I believe we can move on to our next department, which is our Department of Transportation. If I believe they're entering the room right now. And they're talking about their fund balance in their roads fund.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, Board of Supervisors. I'm Howard DeShield, and with me here today are our 3 deputy directors. One of them right now is getting our presentation. It's up. Okay. Oh, they're doing it. Okay. So I just want to introduce the team that'll be presenting. Alicia Williker will speak about our capital road projects. Jason Wise will be speaking about our airports and land improvement. And Amber Fassett will be speaking on water and the solid waste division. At the end, there will be a slide with further resources the public can access. The slides tend to have a lot of background information that we're not going to read to you. It's there if you have questions. I've been informed that one of the key areas that the CEO staff asterisked were our fund balances. Alicia has a slide that goes through all the project and project matches that we'll spend some time on because we've been asked to, but we will at the end take any questions you might have. So with that, I will let Alicia start.
Hi, good morning. Alicia Winokur, Deputy Director of the Engineering Division. That pertains to budget units 3030 and 3041. You can go to the next slide. So this is just an overview of our department, our 5 divisions and roads and bridges that we oversee, the county yards. Next slide. So you guys have seen this slide before, our 20-year corrective preventative maintenance plan funded by Senate Bill 1. We currently get about $5.5 million a year annually for the program. We're in year 7 right now, doing the roads in the Hopland area. We are also working with MCOG. They've recently hired a consultant to explore the unincorporated 1-cent sales tax measure. We're estimating to get $90 million to treat 370 miles of the surface county roads that aren't 20-year, and to restore some road maintenance worker positions that have been lost. All right, and then the next slide. So this is the long-term projects for the engineering division, both 3030 and 3041. This includes bridges, 13 bridge replacement projects, 2 roundabouts on North State Street, Brook Trail's second access, the Redemeyer Road extension, 3 highway safety improvement projects, Round Valley Safe Routes to School, culvert replacements on Fish Rock, and 12 storm damage repair projects. And so you can see the column for the local share. And again, this is over the life of the project. So this was at the end of fiscal year 24-25. And these projects, some of them will go to construction this summer. Some of them won't go to construction for 5 to 7 years, maybe more. So that local share, the 15 million that we show down there, so that's the long-term funding that we have already committed to complete these projects with the grant funding. So, you know, some of the projects are 100% funded. Some of them, we have an 11.47% local match. And so this shows all of the projects, all of the local matches that will go over the life of the project. So, yeah, so if you want to ask more questions about that, but that's where a lot of any surplus has to be set aside for those projects and the commitments that have already been made. Supervisor Williams.
The slide you showed with the $90 million plan, which I think looks great, is that assuming the City of Ukiah annexation goes through?
Yes. Yes.
The $90 million is what we would receive post annexation.
Post. Yep.
What have you looked at what we would receive if the annexation does not go through? What is that delta?
Okay.
40%
more. Any other questions?
Seeing none.
All right.
Thank you.
Good morning, Amber Fassett, Deputy Director of Transportation for Solid Waste and Water. So I just have a few quick slides of the divisions that I oversee, which is Solid Waste, Landfill Closure, and Water Agency. The first is Solid Waste, and so we oversee 4 solid waste collection areas and contracts for 8 transfer stations. We review and update the Integrated Solid Waste Management Plan. We're also responsible for implementing SB 1383, which Currently, we are considered in compliance, but CalRecycle is telling us to expect a compliance audit soon. So there may be some corrective actions that come out of that. We'll see. We've also worked with our hauler to be able to reopen CRV redemption in many areas of the county. And fortunately, the city of Ukiah has taken over as the administrator of MSWA. And so we've been able to bring back household hazardous waste collection and illegal dumping and cleanup to the county. Next slide, please. For landfill closure, which is funded through franchise fees, we have a couple big projects going on right now. One is the final closure of the South Coast landfill, which we've been working towards for a very long time. I think we're finally there. We're hoping for construction in summer 2026, and that's going to be a $6 to $7 million project total. We're also in the planning phases still of the Laytonville landfill cover repair project, which is tentatively scheduled for 2027 and will cost somewhere in the ballpark of $2 to $3 million total. We also oversee the ongoing maintenance and monitoring of 3 closed or inactive landfills, which there's a list here of all the things that includes, but it's a lot of monitoring, maintenance, sampling, reporting, things like that. Next slide, please. And lastly, the water agency, which is funded through a small portion of property tax as well as various grants that we're able to get, oversees a variety of programs. It doesn't actually have any staff in that budget unit, but it reimburses other budget units for staff time, and that the revenue in the water agency is fully allocated to these programs listed here. And I will pass it off to Jason unless you have any questions for me now.
Nope, seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Microphone's going to reach up. Jason Wise, Deputy Director of the Land Improvement Division. So we have 2 county-run airports, and pretty much all of the upgrades we do to those airports are through FAA grants. They provide 90% of the total costs. These days they're up a little bit higher, but that comes and goes. And then usually Caltrans will cover 5% of, or add an additional 5% of the FAA grant, which is about 4.5% of the total project. So for example, the apron pavement reconstruction that we're trying to do that you just heard the bid protest on, that's about a $2 million project with a local match of $45,000. So it's a lot of money for a small investment on our part. The other part is doing the land improvement, and that's overseeing the maps, encroachment permits, just all the development projects that are going on. We try to keep things very minimal. We don't have large projects, and those that do usually come through funding from an outside source or something that's an essential compliance, such as state water board's requirements for trash capture devices, things like that, miscellaneous items. I don't really have much to say on my division. If you guys have any questions about it?
Okay, seeing no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can get to the last slide. Just for the public, you know, we have a lot of information here for those watching online that just want to look at those links. And obviously the teams here will answer any questions at this point.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I mean, the whole presentation is excellent, as always. But the key piece of information for me is, you said $90 million with this 1 cent tax in the unincorporated. But if not for the annexation, that might be $126 million.
No, I've reduced it to 90 over 30 years. It's a 30-year plan.
Yeah.
If we had that tax for 30 years, I was instructed, and again, the exact amounts are subject to penciling out. But I did a reduction, assuming not only the Ukiah area annexation, but Fort Bragg has a proposed annexation out there. So it being it's an unincorporated area sales tax, if we lose some of the biggest sales tax generators, it comes down. So that 90 million over 30 years has a 40% reduction built in the projection. But the numbers are still early. as Alicia mentioned, MCOG has a consultant that's going to help us through all that, and
So
we'll have better numbers. If it goes before the voters, we'll have better numbers.
that 40% reduction might represent about $36 million over the course of
Over 30 years, yeah.
That's significant, given this is a board that can't find $1 million for road in 1 year, right? Because it doesn't exist.
Well, but we don't have the money yet. It's future money.
Right.
So it would just be less future money.
All
Okay.
right. Seeing no questions? Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
Tony Rakes again, Deputy CEO. And our next presentation on the list is our Human Resources Department and Director Johnson.
Good morning again, Sherry Johnson, Human Resource Director. So as you can see, I have one slide, not a lot of information up there, but so in our 1000 series, we had asked to fill a human resource technician position, but we have deleted that request. That was for our employee relations, so we were just looking at more of a succession planning. So we will make do without that position. There was additional adjustments. There was a reduction in retirement and workers' comp, so that's where that 28,000 reduction had come in. And the department, we submitted the adjustments in the 2000 series. So we did a reduction in the leadership training, and the supplies reduced by 33,000. Please note, we will not be, we will continue with the services that we are providing with leadership. We will have Supervisors Academy, we'll have Management Roundtable, we'll have the Emerging Leaders Series. We have many other trainings, as I mentioned before, we have Coffee with HR that we do internally. We go to the departments to do special trainings as needed. We've done several with different departments. So the leadership coordinator, Katie Ford, who handles the majority of the trainings, is very frugal. I say to Katie, this is how much we have. She makes it work. So I do not feel that the staff will have there won't be any bad results from not having that additional funds. So we will make it work. We reduce the office expenses. Education and training, that was for internal. Our labor attorney contract, we do reduce by 75,000. As you do know that 6 of the contracts will be coming, will expire next June 30th, 2026. This year, 24-25, we have 2 contracts that are expiring. We have McPaw, the attorneys group, that we just opened negotiations at a table yesterday, and then the department heads will also expire. So we do plan to handle the tables internally, myself, and with Cal Saturn, our human resource manager in employee relations, will be at the table and trying to not use outside counsel unless it's absolutely necessary. But we do appreciate having that contract because what they do provide is very valuable and helpful to us. Advertising reduced by 15,000, and then as you can see, the ISF for the IT has been also reduced by 10,000. So overall reduction, almost a 13% adjusted to the submitted budget. We currently do not have any vacancies in human resources. We have 14 staff in employee in human resources. I do want to note that in 2018, 2019, there was 20 staff in human resources. So we have made a significant reduction, but we are working very well. As with other departments, people are taking on additional duties. We're doing cross-training. So I feel like we're functioning fine with that. What else? Let me see what else. HR will continue to work with the CEO and the budget team and departments on the vacancy rate. We'll continue to work collaboratively with the CEO and budget team and other departments, and departments to continue to receive the assistance that they currently receive. So we hope to not have any changes in what departments are currently receiving. We have a strong wellness program and an EAP program that also provides training and resources to staff. And we will continue to provide the resources and support that the county staff need. so they can continue to do their jobs. So we're here to support them. So not asking for anything. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and we appreciate the 13% reduction you've come up with and the job that the staff is doing to make it work.
Yes, thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
When the contracts approach expiration, labor will be advocating for COLAs, and they're right, because otherwise they're taking a decrease, not keeping up with inflation. Is there anything we can do now to be strategic planning for that? Because I don't see our revenue increasing in the same period. And rather than have it catch us by surprise when we go to negotiate that, of course, labor wants COLAs, how do we plan?
If I may, through the chair, Sherry Johnson. So absolutely, we can be planning. We are currently looking through MOUs and doing comparative with other counties to see what other counties offer. Maybe there's some different benefits that we haven't thought about. So we are looking at that. We meet with the CEO and the budget team to talk about up and coming. We are happy to meet with the bargaining units ahead of time if we want to just have brainstorming sessions. We do have regular meetings with SCIU. So there are many things that we can do to be proactive.
My fear is that if we get behind, it's very difficult to catch up. And I think we want to be a county that's at market and staying at market. Do we do any forecasting 3 years out, 5 years out to look at what we will need to cover market? I mean, we can follow the trend line on each position and see where it may be going.
If I may, through the chair, I would like to defer to the budget team for financial information.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
If I may, through the chair, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO, with regard to projecting out, and this goes in hand with our +1 projection as well, we have some tools internally that we're using and that we've matured over the years that allow us to do better projections into the future, specifically with regard to our salary and benefit costs and expenses. So going into this next cycle, budget team's going to be doing a lot of work on projecting out, working with HR, of course, projecting out those expenses and being able to play with scenarios.
I'm satisfied. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, through the chair, I know it is around noon. It's 12 o'clock right now. We have our next presentation comes from our disaster recovery group, and we can bring them up if that's the board's wish.
Yes.
Okay, let's bring up our disaster recovery.
Yeah, if I may, if we could do disaster recovery and OES before you consider a break, that would be great.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. Swendalella, Executive Office. The budget team has asked disaster recovery to cover our fund balance in the DR 2910 budget unit. So I'd like to introduce Brittany O'Farrell, who is our Senior Admin Analyst.
Apologies, having technical issues with my computer. I think I have enough battery. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle, County Council Scott. My name is Brittany O'Farrell. I'm the Senior Administrative Analyst for the Disaster Recovery. You'll hear me refer to it as DR, but it actually had its name changed a few fiscal years back to PERM, which is Prevention, Recovery, Resiliency, and Mitigation. So if you see DR or PERM, we're speaking about the same department. I also wanted to clarify that today we are just talking about fund balance, not the disaster recovery budget itself. This slide 1 it's probably going to raise a lot of questions. In the slides to follow, I am going to be breaking down the different categories. So right now, the perm fund balance as of fiscal year 23-24, we don't reconcile this fund until the close of the fiscal year. So this isn't going to include any data from fiscal year 24-25. So as of fiscal year 23-24, we have a total of about 8.6 million in our fund balance. That total is made up of the Ore Springs allocation, which is a HMGP project that disaster recovery is currently in phase 1, which I will be going over in slide 2. It's audit adjustments, the PG&E disaster settlement. And again, the figure you see for PG&E, that's not including expenses in fiscal year 24-25. Just for example, I added tracking to it this morning while I was in the audience. So there is constant spending within PG&E. So that's going to look higher than it is to date. And then FEMA, that is the FEMA activity. That's the, I'll go into it and I believe it's slide 3. And then net of other activity, this is what DR has available for its use. So fiscal year 24-25, DR has no net county cost. We're using fund balance. Fiscal year 25-26, we're doing that again. No net county cost for the department. And hoping with grant progress that it will hopefully be even less use of fund balance. Slide 2. So the board supervisor's allocation of $275,000 is for the Ore Springs HMGP project. It's in phase 1. There hasn't been much towards the end of this current fiscal year. The project has finally been seeing progress. There's a subcontractor, which is Environmental Resource Services. They've been very proactive and eager. The community, they've already done outreach and they've already receiving community feedback. So this is a project that is in its phase 1 and we don't see anything setting back from the deadline, which will be in 25-26. So this, what's allocated is for the non-federal match, which is a requirement of the HMGP grant. It's 25%. They actually asked for 25.1%. And that for phase 1 will be, it ends up being about $39,000. So we'll use part of it in fiscal year 24-25 and then the remainder in 25-26. Phase 2, the total cost for the Ore Springs project is $663,068. That's where the actual fuels reduction, the actual implementation of the project will be happening. Phase 1 is the planning phase and outreach. And the 25% match on that will be $166,000. So this will be needed for this project. We don't receive obligation or approval for a second phase until phase 1 has concluded. So the county hasn't been awarded phase 2 yet, but phase 1 is looking good. So I don't anticipate any issues with that. Slide 3. All right, and then, so FEMA activity. So the funding we have available in fund balance is that $734,000. The total FEMA activity for all of our active projects are $38.7 million. So should a project be declined, should federal funding, something get withdrawn or put on hold, what we've seen over the last several months, that $734,000 is what we have available to fill in for those funding needs
Yeah,
should they
we have,
happen.
the CEO has
Oh,
a comment.
Brittany, if I may add to that, I believe Brittany, Ms. Pearson, likely Ms. Cubison would agree with me. This is a very low number. When we have 38.7 million out still that we have received, or projects that are where you are working through for the disasters, these disasters are still open from 2017. Once they are closed by FEMA, it's a 3-year period that we could be audited by the OIG. And so you can see 8 years later, we're still open with the 2017 fires. So this is a conservative amount that some of us are very worried about, that anything can happen going forward with any audits. And that documentation to apply for this FEMA funding is very labor intensive. I think with the software that we have now through the federal government, things are a little bit better than they were before when we began this in 2017. But the documentation, the timesheet details, the check details, the hours, and tracking those back to a Form 214 for every hour that one of us works on a fire is very detailed. So this is a very conservative amount to be in that bucket.
So these are all funds that have been committed by FEMA in previous years.
Funds, these are projects that the county has completed under disaster work. And we received, some of the funds we have received, some we have not yet. So we have closed projects and open projects still. So the majority of the work from the 2017 project, or 2017 fires, for example, the work in the EOC, that project's closed. But we have other road projects that we're still waiting to complete and get documentation for and submit. So those projects could still be open where we have not received all those funds yet. And that'll vary depending on these different disasters that are engaged here.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Have we seen charges be reversed in other counties undergoing audit for similar?
I have not, because again, 2017 still open, and I assume Sonoma and everybody else is still open as well. We do know there has been pushback, and there was a lot of pushback on COVID recently. We fought particularly hard for our funding from COVID, and I think we're pretty good at this point.
Yeah, we just completed the recovery transition meeting, which is a big, huge step at the end of a project. I just submitted close to $900,000 in management Z costs to recoup admin costs for the county. And I had to submit all the supporting documentation for that. Previously, they used to submit payment prior to, they call it the Cal OES has a VAGO verification process. Now they're wanting counties or the agencies to go through that process before they're going to issue payment. So I'm not sure the timeline on when Cal OES will begin that, but it is submitted. Same for Oak and August Fire. Those are two that just had their management Z submitted too. Much smaller, more like $5,000, because it's only 5% of the applicant profile. That's why COVID's was quite large. That's a lot. Okay. Then, good news. So another special thing about disaster recovery is the grant salary and benefits. We're always going to see a return to the fund balance. So 24-25, I did try and get those numbers closer to actuals, so they're a mix of actuals and then Q4 projection. Again, a lot of grant projects are wrapping up in 25-26. 24-25, there's been a buildup of the grants getting to where they needed to be. Planning process, which takes time. And then 25-26, It does include the projection for the BRIC grant, phase 1. Another thing I would like to call out is how helpful Cal OES has been over the last several months. If we have a question, if we need help, they are very eager and willing to help. So that's been nice. BRIC, as far as Cal OES is concerned, phase 1 is still happening. So we are continuing to submit for reimbursement requests, and so I'm not going to change my projection on staff time because staff is spending their time, and we are seeing the federal reimbursements come in, and that project also has Prep California match, so being completely covered by grant funding.
So if that phase 1 is being covered by OES and phase 2 and 3 aren't, we're assuming that FEMA is not going to come through with the BRIC funding, then how do we reconcile that? Or
Swen Malala, Executive Office. So for BRIC, it's a giant, big question mark. Even for Cal OES, it's unknown if the federal government will just stop it or cancel it. As of now, Cal OES has not received an official notice saying that you need to stop BRIC. So staff is still working on BRIC phase 1, and we are doing everything that we could to get ready for a phase 2. Now our staff in PERM did recently submit an NOI, Notice of Interest, to another grant program, is Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. Hopefully that could be the phase 2 of it.
okay, very good. Thank you for your work on that.
And Cal OES has been providing, I'd say, monthly or bi-weekly check-ins, just offering to all the agencies any information, any updates that they've received regarding BRIC. We just had one last week. Weekly, okay. So if you go back to so if you net together the Ore Springs funding, the audit adjustments, the FEMA activity, sorry, not the FEMA activity, the net of other activity, you'll get the $989,280 for the use of disaster recovery. $400,000 of that $989,000 is for the fiscal year 24-25 NCC for disaster recovery, and then another $400,000, but that could end up being less based on my projections for 25-26 if all grant funding holds. But yeah, $400,000 for 24-25, $400,000 for 25-26, so that disaster recovery has no net county cost. That leaves $189,280, which will be used for Ore Springs match. And again, this is all just through fiscal year 23-24. This is not including any return to the fund balance for 24-25, which we'll have as the year end wraps up.
Okay.
Any questions?
Seeing no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Swen Malala, Executive Division Manager. I will cover the Office of Emergency Services Budget Unit 2830. Since this is more fiscal focused, I will take the lead. I will try to be as dynamic as your OES coordinator, Jeff, but they are in the audience. They will be available for your questions. So OES, as you're aware, is the primary local coordination agency for emergencies and disaster. We work closely with local, state, federal, and community partners for emergency preparedness and response. OES is busy throughout the year. Here I'm just highlighting just a few select activities that we did this fiscal year. Operational area coordination is our primary function. We work with cities, towns, and special districts, fire agencies, and tribes to coordinate pre-disaster season. And here you see the top photo was the winter weather pre-coordination meetings. And then the bottom photo here is our staff just very recently hosted a pre-fire season meeting to coordinate with local community partners and agencies to prepare for the next fire season. Aside from that, exercises. OES is busy all year. Recently, they did a couple like countdown exercises. They done tsunami tests, and in the photo here is the ham radio exercises. Outreach and public education are important OES functions. Although you see OES has very frequent social media posts, staff also participates in many local events and fairs, and those are usually very long, or the after hours or the weekends. So the team is very flexible in recognizing the importance of spreading the message of emergency preparedness. Also, OES never stopped planning. They worked on the EOC, Emergency Operations Plan. They just wrapped up their Community Wildfire Protection Plan. This week, they are kicking off their Hazard Mitigation Plan, the Continuity Operations Plan, and very soon, we're going to start working on a flood response plan. So OES activations this fiscal year, we were fortunate, I guess. We only had 2 EOC activations. We had the Grange Fire activations and the December earthquake and tsunami warning activation. In my opinion, they have been successful activations despite the majority of EOC staff are brand new. Either they're brand new to the county or they never serve in EOC functions, but those activations have been successful, I think specifically due to Jeff and Garrett's work with training and working and running exercises with staff very frequently. Next slide, please. Okay, the less interesting part of this is the math part. So the ES 2830 budget unit is, so you have 2.2 FTEs. We have an emergency services coordinator, a full-time emergency services specialist, and part of a chief resiliency officer. Why Jeff is 0.95 FTE is not because he's missing a hand. He spent a little bit assisting with EMS work. And then here you see why I have 1-to-1 match. The budget unit is funded by the EMPG grant. It's the Emergency Performance Grant Program. This comes from Cal OES, and it requires a direct 1-to-1 match. So whatever the state gives us, the county has to match with general fund. So this year, Cal OES received less EMPG funding. As a domino effect, the county also received less EMPG funding. So we are at the mercy or the luck of what the state receives. I don't want to spread rumors, and it might be too premature to say, but we have heard word that EMPG as a non-disaster emergency performance grant, it may be cut in the federal budget, but staff is watching it very closely. As of now, there is no official information. Just comparing the 24-25 and 25-26 fiscal year, we do have a larger ask from net county costs, and it's mainly because of a natural staff step increase. Next, please. If you could bear with me, please. I've submitted a comparison from 24-25 and 25-26. As of now, OES budget unit is bare bones, but we can make it work. And we will work closely with the budget team, and we can make it work. The thing with EMPG, in order to charge our staff time to that grant, is our staff has to be trained, certified in specific ICS courses, so that, so our staff have to take classes and training. So that's why we have very, very minimal, as you see, some travel, some education and training, because it's required to, for staff development, and at the same time, it's required to charge our time to this grant. Let me see. If there's any question, I was planning to go over line by line, but let's not. Unless there's a specific question in the OES budget unit. Again, it's bare bones, but it's workable.
So, Schwinn, did you hit on the CMOM?
Oh, I apologize.
I would just like to mention CMOS, since Dr. Miller is in the room. She may have to explain the majority of this funding stream, but it is a funding stream that is allowing us to build several departments through, various services, the departments through this funding stream. And she is working with multiple departments to do that. A public defender, OES, I think sheriff, and a few others. And Dr. Miller can explain that, but it is an opportunity and it is a funding stream for us to build. I do believe there's a 12 to 18 month delay in those funds, but it is again an opportunity for the future to offset some of the expenses that the county general fund bears.
Thank you. I did miss that. So yes, our team is working closely with Dr. Miller's fiscal team to tap into CEMA funding, and we've never done this before, and very appreciative of this opportunity to find an alternative funding to supplement our team's work. OES, as you're aware, are in the field a lot doing outreach, so potentially their time doing outreach and planning, coordinating for vulnerable populations will be covered. And I guess CEO Darcy Antle mentioned that due to Medi-Cal billing, this is not some funding that we could expect next year, but possibly the second year. The OES team is here if you have any questions for them too.
Hey, any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much. All right, so Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, just a comment. I think that was the right amount of information. I found that to be a good template for future.
Okay, very good. So it's 12:25. We don't have animal care here, do we? Yeah. Okay, Amy. Yeah. How long do you think it's going to be? Okay. Should we just go for it?
Sure. If you want to finish with animal care, I saw Amy's talking points. I think she can be less than 15 minutes.
Okay. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Shelter Director.
If you could speak into the microphone. Thanks.
Here to go over the proposed budget for animal care services. The proposed budget for animal care for the 25-26 fiscal year is $1,298,832.67. This is approximately a 10.3% decrease from the last year's budget. To achieve this budget, the proposal was made to leave 3 full-time vacant positions for the 25-26 fiscal year, leaving us with 12 full-time staff, 2 part-time, and 1 extra help. With a little restructuring within the shelter, this proposal should have minimal impact on services within the shelter. The first position proposed to leave vacant was the animal care assistant position. This position is responsible for answering the phone, helping customers at the front counter, maintaining our licensing program, to name a few. Having only 1 full-time animal care assistant may result in slightly longer wait times at the front counter, but to alleviate some of that and to minimize that service impacted, the shelter supervisor will go up to the front desk and work from the front desk to help as a backup to answer phones and help customers up at the front counter. This vacancy will save $65,628 for the 25-26 fiscal year. The second proposed position to leave vacant is one of the 2 registered veterinary technician positions. This position assists the veterinarians with spay and neutering in our clinic and on our caravan. Having only 1 RVT may result in slightly fewer surgeries per surgery day. However, more restructuring took place within the clinic to allow it to run smoothly with 1 RVT who is also assisted by an animal clinic technician. So on caravan days or on surgery days, we would have our veterinarian, 1 RVT, and 1 animal clinic technician to cover spay neuterings, vaccines, and paperwork. The majority of the clinic caravan paperwork will be completed on non-surgery days to allow the RVT and the clinic technician the time needed to focus on surgeries for the days that they are doing surgeries. This vacancy will save $107,933 for the 25-26 fiscal year. The third position proposed to leave vacant was the supervising animal protection officer position. This position supervises our 3 full-time animal protection officers, as well as responding to calls in the field. Not having a supervising animal protection officer may result in slightly less coverage in the field. However, we have designated zones assigned to each officer to maximize the coverage for our county with just those 3 remaining officers. I will continue to supervise the animal control officers, and it can also respond in the field when necessary and to act as a backup. This vacancy will save $123,945 for the fiscal year 25-26. The combined savings of these 3 vacancies total $297,506. It's important to note that even with the proposed vacancies, the kennel area within the shelter remains fully staffed, which allows the daily care for the shelter animals to remain our top priority. The 25-26 fiscal year focus will be on increasing adoptions, fostering, as well as our licensing compliance, and hosting several low-cost vaccine and microchip clinics. We will also continue to actively search for veterinarians to fill our 3 vacant contract positions that we have to fill for veterinarians. If we can find 3 veterinarians, we have contracts available to slide those in there, and which will help increase our spay and neuter surgeries. Thank you for your time. Can I answer any questions?
If I may add, I think we should give a shout out to our volunteers, which are a huge support to the animals and to Amy at the shelter.
Huge,
so
yes.
There's great collaboration right now that's happening between coastal and inland and the shelter. So those relationships are coming back and building, as well as with the volunteers.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
My understanding is that you get rid of the supervisor of the animal protection or the animal control or whatever, animal protection officers. So there's 3 officers and they're in the field, and you will be you're taking on that role along with everything else.
Yes, and we've actually never, since animal protection came back to the shelter from the sheriff's office, we've actually not filled the supervising animal protection position. It has not been filled since we've had them back at the shelter. So before me, Richard Molinari supervised them, and since I started on, I've continued to supervise them. So we have that position. It could be for a supervising animal protection supervisor, or it could be filled with a 4th animal protection officer, but we haven't filled it, and I've just been doing it. So the proposal is to continue on that path.
Okay, so really we have 3 animal control officers in the field
3
now,
full-time animal protection officers.
and that won't change. And,
with this proposal, that won't change.
And I haven't been hearing that much lately about, packs of dogs and those kind of things, but so I assume that some of that is being taken, we're we're doing what we need to do at this point.
Yes, not to say that we don't still have that issue in certain areas within the county. Absolutely, we do. Those are the top priority calls. So since we only have 3 of the full-time positions for the animal protection, they do prioritize our calls. Packs of dogs, safety issues will be at the top of that priority. So they will continue, even with the 3, to continue to work those calls as a top priority.
Yeah, okay, very good, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
From time to time, basically every year, I get complaints about cattle in the road on Highway 1 near the town of Elk. And I've tried different paths of risk. The sheriff, somebody does branding, but the position's been vacant for forever. Is animal care have any role in that? Or are we budgeted to address?
So animal control does have a role in that. We have one specific officer who has livestock training. So the role for animal control in that scenario would be basically safety to get the livestock off the road. It wouldn't be necessarily transporting them anywhere. They can, usually the livestock live, there's somewhere there, so we would first get them off the road and then go knock on some doors and try to find out who the livestock, who they...
Yeah, in this case, nobody takes credit. They're wild. But
they're wild.
I can take it offline, but it's been one of those nagging, I'm unable to resolve year after year, and I'm worried somebody's going to eventually hit one with a car.
So you should, yes, definitely email me and we can try to problem solve that. But to a limited capacity, animal protection can help with that. And if not, we can network out to get the right people who can try to help solve that problem as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we're going to take a break now, and let's come back at 1:30. All right? Well, I don't know if that's enough time for staff to have their lunch and everything, but
I think we're fine with 1. I would look to Lily to confirm that half hour is good for her. Lily.
I'm okay with it. Let me just check in with IT if that's okay.
okay.
Are we looking for a thumbs up from Scott? Thumbs up. All right, we're good.
Okay, so we'll return at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay.
To help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de Estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
¿Cómo pensar educarla? Ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her. And I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Sí, pues es un bonito programa. Porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazard page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was gonna be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was gonna have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very like rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
The thing I really want to mention, just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They've got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time.
Calling the meeting back to
Sign
order.
up for Nixle.
So we'll look to the Deputy CEO, Tony Rakes.
Thank you, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO, and back here with our department presentations for their budget. We have now for us our County Counsel, Charlotte Scott.
Good afternoon, Charlotte Scott, County Counsel. So I asked to speak with the board. I know you heard from me during the budget workshop, so I'm not going to re-present what I presented to you then, but I wanted to refresh your memory of some of the things I shared with you then in the context of the budget situation that we're in now. And I asked to speak to address the impact of the 6% attrition on my department. I want to preface this by saying I really appreciate the that the budget team had to make the hard decisions to put in front of you something that was even-handed across all departments, that to put in front of you an option, and then for you to hear from those of us about how that impacts us and if we can live with that or if we request any adjustments. And so I don't envy the hard work that they did, and I also don't envy the hard work that you have to do in considering everyone's request today. I think, and obviously I'm here in my capacity as a department head. I want to make clear that I don't see my department or the cuts on my department as a superior ask of any other department. I just want to put straightforward what the unique position we're in as an internal service department and update you on the current status of my department. So as I mentioned in January, we're a full service law office for the entire county. We handle all civil matters by statute for the board and for the county and all departments and agencies. That includes all of your general fund departments, all of your public safety departments that you've heard from today, all of the departments you've heard from today. And we're a small office. We are total, when fully staffed, we are 9 attorneys, including myself and the assistant. And that means we have 7 deputies when fully staffed. And apart from, within those 7 deputies, 3 of them are devoted to child welfare, child dependency, and that's a unique specialized area of law that you really have to have attorneys who are trained and devoted to those areas. That team is a little more insular in that they do not work on general fund departments, and I'm not really able to pull them and put them in front of before you or assisting general fund departments. And that's out of necessity because of the county having a high rate of confirmed cases of abuse and neglect. That does put a burden on the county, and we support that department, social services, with meeting their mandates. And those 3 attorneys are in court at least 3 days a week, often 4 to 5, depending on caseloads. So of the 7 deputies, 3 are devoted to child welfare. And that leaves only 4 deputies when we're fully staffed to handle every other special and general fund department. And so of those 4 deputies, 1 is devoted to advising both social services and behavioral health and recovery services departments with their mandated court processes. And so that is when you hear about conservatorships, behavioral health assisted outpatient treatment, Laura's Law, more recently care court. And as you hear this governor and through the budget may revise and over year to year, he's putting more burdens on counties and including on behavioral health relative to those duties and that obligation by expanding the definition of the criteria for a conservatorship. And so we see those changes on the horizon. We've been meeting with behavioral health to address a plan for, how are we going to, it will impact the county to have an expansion of conservatorship law. But not only that, by serving by the expansion in the homelessness actions that the governor would like taken related to homelessness, that's also an impact on your county departments, directly impacting our office because we advise and represent those departments. And so of that, in addition to the 4 deputies described, we then have only a few of us in the office that cover every other department. And when the budget asked that we put in front of your board, at that time we were fully staffed. We had just filled the 1 vacant position we had essentially since January of 2024. And we were greatly impacted by not having that assistance, but we all worked very hard, and we were lucky to bring on a new deputy in April who has experience with county council work. Unfortunately, just after that, we had a deputy resign, not through the VSIP, but resign, and that just happened in the last month or so. And so what I understand, and I'm very appreciative to the budget team, for spending some time with me to bring me up to speed to understand what does this attrition, the 6% attrition mean, and what does it mean for the budget going forward this year. I understand that there's an opportunity, the $185,000 roughly that is being reduced from my budget. I understand there's an opportunity to come before the board through the budget process on a quarterly basis. However, that amount, there's no amount over zero that doesn't directly impact my ability to not fill that position. It's essentially because someone resigned, we won't be able to fill it if we have to live with that reduction. I think you understand that there's such a wide variety of departments and mandates that we advise, and that we are part of our role. We can't predict the needs of the county departments, except for looking at legislative changes. I can predict that there will be impacts on behavioral health and recovery services. I can predict that there will be impacts if we're required to enforce new mandates that aren't funded. And I can predict, as probation is advised, when the DJJ closure happens, that also impacts our office, and to the extent that we need to advise and work with that department on how to respond and appropriately to that impact. We are available to all of the departments, and there's not one attorney other than the dependency deputies who are assigned multiple departments. So losing one attorney or losing the ability to fill that position really does impact the entire team. I was a deputy county counsel until 2020, then an assistant. As county counsel for the last year, I have maintained nearly the same workload and assignments I had before I became county counsel. And I enjoy the work, and so I'm definitely not seeking to move everything off my plate onto a deputy, but I do think we need, for our office to be able to meet the requirements of our departments and to be able to meet the priorities of this board, we do need to be able to fill that position. That being said, I think one thing we're looking at the budget and a reality that Chief Probation Officer pointed out. He was able to factor in, I know it takes me X amount of months to fill a vacancy. He factored that into his budget. I didn't factor that in because I didn't have the vacancy. But I can look and I can see, looking at the $185,000, that there would be, I could delay filling that position by a certain pay period, and that could have some impact. However, and that could be a compromise, and we can look, and I can have Julie Chapman from my office, our legal services supervisor who works with the budget, point out to you those figures. But that's one thought we had in terms of we don't need, it wouldn't be possible for us to immediately fill that position. It is a process, and we always hope to fill it, but it may take time. So I understand there'll be some savings there. In the past, we had savings, but I see our budget, it's one county budget. It's public funds. It's not my funds. It's not any particular department's funds. And so I recognize those savings it's a team effort. We're all working towards trying to achieve a balanced budget, and whatever I can do to do that, I want to do. I just would be remiss if I didn't explain to you the impact on our office, which may also impact our ability to meet your priorities. We will still do everything we need to do. We will respond to every legal demand. every claim, every complaint that's served on us, and we will do our best. It just means as we triage for certain emergencies and we adjust to countywide emergencies as we have throughout the years, it does just mean that there will be an impact on our ability to assist your board in achieving its priorities and other departments. But we will certainly live with, as everyone else will, with how this lands. I just wanted to make sure to explain to you that.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so as an internal service department, I think it may be short-sighted for us to apply this cut. I can see departments performing projects without the benefit of having council review the work. We may end up spending more in mistakes that are made, right? All it takes is one mistake made that could have been caught to negate the savings of a decrease in that office. And I can see that the county, we have this inflection point of revenue and expenses that probably necessitates some type of restructuring, whatever that's called, that's politically correct, but this organization won't be able to continue into the coming years without some significant changes. I think that will put more demand on county council's office, not less. And so it's sort of like when the state has a downturn and there's more people needing services, those very services get cut. I think county council's office is that service for us going through a period of transition. So I have a lot of concern about cutting an attorney in that office.
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams, I believe I heard you just say that county council would not review things leading to mistakes, potentially leading to other costs. Is that correct?
That's my worry.
From my understanding of what our county council has just presented to us, there are potential delays, but their office will not review things for input. Is that correct?
Charlotte Scott County Council, if I may respond through the chair, we will respond to any requests we get and prioritize the best we can. I think part of our job is not just responding to client demand and client requests. There is a portion of it where we are noticing, if we spot an issue, sometimes we spot issues that weren't discovered, and we bring that to the attention of the departments and when required to the full board. And I think there could be an impact on the ability to catch everything that we might ordinarily catch. But I don't see. I appreciate what Supervisor Williams is saying, and I do think an investment in our office has a broader impact. We're such a small office that a reduction of one person is I don't have as big of an office as the district attorney. I have maybe a third the size of the office, including management. So I don't have 5 or 6 deputies cut or deputies who are unfilled. But I was fully filled, and it was just by coincidence that someone left in this time period. And I think it would be advisable to fill it, but we will respond and pivot as we need to.
Okay. And I guess my question would be, are there contracts or other ways of reducing your costs that we could be looking at?
We have already made those changes and spoken to this board about it in the board workshop. And I know that your county risk manager has recognized that it does make sense, and there are statistics, I believe, about this, that it does make sense to rely on outside counsel for much of your risk litigation. And that is something that this board has approved, and we have contracts that are available. We utilize them, but we very closely monitor and manage those cases. That is something that's already taken place. I don't think there are other mechanisms of contracting around our work, because really we are cost effective. We are the most cost effective legal services that you can get. There's no one with an hourly rate above $90. So it's a very it's very cost effective to use your in-house counsel. So investing in the salaries really is the best process for handling things that are general fund and things that impact the general fund, advice that impacts the general fund. We're cost effective in that way. So I think we have addressed that, and as far as litigation, and we handle litigation in-house, especially litigation that has a general fund impact. We have worked with departments to figure out obtaining small specialized consultancy contracts for them that they can utilize as needed, such as CEQA, areas like CEQA. But I think for the most part, it's more cost effective to utilize our office for
thank
general
you.
fund.
Supervisor Williams.
If we cut one position in your office, is it foreseeable that you might have to rely on more outside counsel due to the demand? Will that cost negate the savings?
I am not going to say that the causation is exactly there. There are always risks every day. You know, we can't foresee when we are going to face new litigation. So I wouldn't say that directly there will be increased utilization of outside counsel. That really is only in response to litigation, and I don't want to tell the board that you're going to have more risk because you don't fund this position. But I think the benefits are just much more prevalent in doing so. It also helps. I was in a position where I had just trained staff, created all of the backup training and backup assignments so that when someone is away, there isn't someone who can't step up. And in the last month, I've had to go back. I've been in court a lot more than normal because of the fact that we don't have the backup for some of our departments that we normally would have. But I am doing is, I will reassess and we will redistribute and do our best. It's just you're going to be in a better position with having us fully staffed.
Let me ask one more a different way. If we go from 9 to 8 and we don't use more outside counsel, what are we giving up? Are you able to perform the same overall duties with 8 as you are with 9?
I think we will perform the same work out because we have an obligation to represent and defend the county and advise the departments. We will have less resources to devote to that. It will mean there will be an impact. I can't quantify it, and I wish I could say, oh yes, it's this exact number. I honestly can't tell the board that, but I do think it was a difficult. My predecessor was fully staffed, and he left, and then we weren't until a month ago. And our team really stepped up, and our deputies in my office, they're just amazing. They work really hard. I'd like some folks to be able to take a week off, and it does sort of impact, workload and triaging to meet our responsibilities does impact the office, but I think that impacts everyone. I think every department faces that kind of potential issue with morale if people have a lot more on their plate than normally.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any more questions from the board, but I think we understand the situation.
And thank you for the opportunity. I would just like to say I'm happy to work with the CO budget team today to provide any written revisions as you request related to any department, but also if any adjustments are made as to the 6% attrition in my department.
Okay, Deputy CEO Rakes.
Thank you, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO. Our next department to present is on her way up. It's Dr. Janine Miller for the Health Services Agency.
Hello, good afternoon, Dr. Janine Miller, Health Services. So today I know one of the things I was asked to talk about is our reserve on the mental health side. But I'm going to go, since I'm here, talk a little bit about our programs and possible federal impacts and a little bit about what we're asked. We're not asking for money, so we don't generally get general funds, so I'll go into that a little bit. It's important to know we are funded through 1991 realignment dollars, 2011 realignment dollars, and grant funding. That is how all of our funding comes in. In public health, when they did 2011 realignment, they did not include public health into those realignments. So public health only has access to 91 realignment and then the grant funding, and they get some intergovernmental transfers that have been active, but there is concerns we could lose those with some of the federal changes. As most of us know, and just hitting on 91 because it impacts both of my programs, when 91 realignment was put into place, it shifted the responsibility for health and human services to the counties. It also shifted the financial responsibility from the state to the counties. So we took on that with probably not enough funds to do so. And so that is why most of these programs a lot of times run in the deficit or right into the black, because we're always trying to get every dollar we can to make these programs work and make sure we don't have to come and ask for general funds. So looking at our public health programs, some changes this year. So public health had originally had 11 budget units, including WIC. WIC was the 11th. This year, going into fiscal year 25-26, we have actually condensed all of those 10 budgets into one public health budget, which is more effective and streamlined how the public health funds come in. We would have to have them come into one and then split them across several budget streams, even though they were all the same program. And so we've went ahead and moved that out of the general fund into the non-general fund and really put into one budget. So our new budget number is 4035. That is new going into the next fiscal year. You will see that public health gets a maintenance of effort. It's a mandated maintenance of effort. When 21 realignment rolled out, there was a requirement that part of the funding that went into those programs, public health and mental health, was a maintenance of effort from the counties. That maintenance of effort was set by the state. And for us to draw down federal and state funds, the county has to put in that maintenance of effort. So for public health, it's $347,945, and that is our mandated maintenance of effort that we are required as a county to put in to pull down any of the state and federal funds. I think there's a lot of questions on what happens with A87, and I'm not going to get into A87, but I am going to get into the fact that we do pay back to the county for all of the general fund programs that we utilize. We get billed for those programs. Sometimes it's 2 years in advance to where they kind of look at what we paid throughout the year. So we get invoiced throughout the year for county council, IT, building costs, etc. When we look at the public health budget this year, we plan to pay into the general fund $1.7 million, and that to cover the services that public health will utilize through the general fund programs. And then when you look at how much we plan to bring in, we are projecting to bring in a $5.7 million in federal and state funds and about $6.3 in grant funds into our public health programs. We have on there our goals and initiatives. I'm just going to talk about a couple that have been beneficial. We've worked with probation to take over the healthcare services in the probation department, to take that expense off of probation and to make sure we have staff 24/7, well, not 24/7, 7 days a week, to have nursing staff and a physician's assistant and a medical director for the juvenile hall. And so that we started this year. We will be continuing to do that into the next year. The other thing we rolled out is there's a program that CEO Antle talked about, which is community-based medical administrative activities. It's called CMA. It is not called CMA at the federal level. We in California like to change the names on everything. So that is a California name. It's a program that allows us to receive additional federal reimbursement for portions of the administrative work that goes into administering Medi-Cal programs in your county. So it's a program that's available to your counties to also get additional federal financial participation for anything you do that kind of administrative activities or augment your Medi-Cal program. And so it was in our public health department for a while. Nothing was ever done to it. It then got closed out. And then since I came back in and started running public health, we went ahead and we brought that back in, our CMAW program back to the county. One of the things that CMAW can do, and I think a lot of people didn't realize, is that not only can it augment your public health program, but it can augment several of your county programs. So if your county has programs that also might reach out or have interface with your Medi-Cal population that could have potentially helped people direct to healthcare services, have contracts that impact Medi-Cal beneficiaries, you can bill for all of those services. And so we are rolling that back out. We've already started it. We have it up and running in public health part of it, and we're expanding it further. We are working right now to expand into our general fund programs to hopefully help the general fund budget. We've started with Public Defender's Office, OES, Vets, Public Guardian, and we have reached out to a couple other programs. We also know we can't grow too big, too fast, or we don't want to have this program fail. We also know there's audit risk with this program, so we also need to maintain our integrity and make sure we roll it out in a way that we're able to not have any audit obligations or findings as we go forward. It is a 15-month reimbursable program, meaning that we get paid in 15 months. One, that is because we have to close out the county budget before we can submit our timesheets and our budget invoices. We also have to make sure we back out all of our federal funding. So federal funding cannot be used as a match for CMAW, but state general fund, realignment, county general fund, all of those things can be used as a match to draw down the federal financial participation. So those are two programs that I just wanted to note in public health. We also have, for the first time, rolled out electronic health record in our public health system. We are in the process of final implementation. This will actually allow us to bill Medi-Cal in public health. We've never been able to bill Medi-Cal at the level we should for some of the services we do for immunizations and TB, tuberculosis. And so that's going to actually bring additional funding in for those programs. Some of the federal and state impacts that we are concerned about is obviously, as CEO Antle talked about earlier, we are seeing an increase in youth that are coming to public health. We've been asked to go to a couple schools as the school year started due to the need for immunizations. So there are a lot of individuals that have needed immunizations. They're not able to get into their primary cares, and they may not have the insurance to pay for those immunizations. So we're seeing an increase in immunizations. And we also know that could see an increase if changes happen in our county level. We have a high percentage of Medi-Cal beneficiaries, 46% is our average Medi-Cal beneficiary percentage of people on Medi-Cal on a given year. It fluctuates, but 46% is pretty normal. We also know that our realignment could get hit. So when realignment is not able to meet its base, we will not get the base of realignment. So we could get less realignment depending on how the economy fluctuates in the next year. We also know our intergovernmental transfer of funds have been something that has been potentially on the chopping block over the couple years. That's additional funding we have been preparing that we could lose over the next year or two. And then also been having the conversations about would we have to bring CMSP back into Mendocino County. CMSP was our indigent health care before Medi-Cal expansion. It does not cover as much as Medi-Cal, but it is something that provides that indigent health care and the need. And the county is obligated to provide indigent health care, which is why we have the CMSP as an option. We did have 4 grants that were terminated, but we have brought in 2 more grants. The other big thing we're seeing this year is that there is some change in the WIC Farmers Market funds. We usually give vouchers out at the farmers markets so individuals can shop at the farmers market. We are going to see a 70% hit to how much funding we have for vouchers at the farmers market. I'm going to move on to behavioral health. And some things on behavioral health, we are preparing for this LPS expansion. We know that that is going to be something that hits the county in multiple areas. This year alone, we are going to probably spend about $4 million ending this year in LPS costs, Lanham and Petra short conservatorships. With the expansion, it's likely to be $6 million. We are not sure what that will look like, but we are preparing to see a larger hit in that. The state does not reimburse for LPS costs. That comes out of your 91 realignment. Most of the facilities across the state of California that house individuals that are on conservatorship cannot bill Medi-Cal. Therefore, we are not able to get a reimbursement of the straight realignment dollars. There are only a handful of facilities that can bill Medi-Cal. They all file under the Institute for Mental Disease exclusion, which says you cannot bill Medi-Cal for anyone between the ages of 19 and 64 in a facility that has more than 16 beds, unless it's attached to acute psych hospital. So we're expecting to see those. We also will be starting phase 1 of the Behavioral Health Services Act transition. which came out under Prop 1. We are hoping to complete construction of a psychiatric health facility. That should happen this next year, early 2026, mid-2026, and hopefully will open in 2026. And we have been working to roll out electronic health record. That health record is being rolled out to several of the community providers that provide special mental health services. We also are working with having it in public health, social service, some of the service programs, and then using it at the juvenile hall for their medical services, and then have been working to create an interface between NAFCARE's electronic health record and our electronic health record, NetSmart, so that there is duplication in the sense that we have all of their records, and should we ever have to change providers, we would have all the documentation, all the records, all the billing, all the history of clients. We wouldn't lose that by changing a provider. So we've been working with the jail on those services. We also have been working with the jail and the juvenile hall to roll out the PATH grant. So that is a grant that was awarded for both behavioral health, juvenile hall, and sheriff's office to align with CalAIM implementation. The CalAIM implementation is we can bill for Medi-Cal for anyone 90 days pre-release. So we've been working on getting that up and running in all of those facilities and making sure that staff are trained. In that, we've also been working with making sure our staff are getting trained and getting additional Medi-Cal billing and coding training so that they're able to take on all the billing for public health, the jail, the juvenile hall, behavioral health, and any other program that we need to take on billing to be able to bill up to the state. We've also been taken on providing clinical services in the juvenile hall where they weren't able to provide mental health clinical services, so we've taken on that and are taking on the cost for that. And our substance use services, going into next year, we'll be covering the cost for our substance use services that are provided at the juvenile hall. And we, of course, cover the discharge plan, some of the discharge planning services in the jail. In regards to mental health, substance use does not have a maintenance of effort, nor do we get any general fund for our substance use program. We have a mandated maintenance of effort from the state of California to draw down state and federal funding. That mandated maintenance of effort is $28,840. That's the only thing we get out of general fund in the especially mental health system. We project that this year we will be paying $1.6 million, almost $1.7 million, to cover all the services the general fund provides to the behavioral health system of care. And we are projecting to bring in about close to $58 million in federal funds and about $40 million in state funds. We were doing a 10-year analysis of looking at fiscal year 13-14 to fiscal year 23-24, and this isn't the whole system, but this was looking at one system, and we were able to see just in that 10-year period, we increased number of clients being served, number of services being served, and we also increased our federal financial participation. Those federal dollars that come into this county went from $4.5 million to $19.5 million in 10 years. We had a couple grants in behavioral health. We did implement CARE Act, and we know that we are also implementing a new software system to look at our HEDIS measures, which is a new state mandate. HEDIS measures is it assesses the health plan's quality of care and services. It compares performance outcomes to different health plans. The state's really moving to have more comparison between counties and how services are being provided, and if services are being provided timely, at least on the behavioral health side. I'm not so sure they're doing much of a dive on the healthcare side. Just a quick look of our behavioral health budget, kind of what makes up it, just the high level things. I'm not going through the whole thing. Especially mental health is about $16.5 million of that budget. Substance use disorders treatment is about $23.5 million of that budget. LPS, like I said, we're not sure where it's going to land this year, especially with the expansion. Acute Psych Hospital runs us about $2.7 million, and our Crisis Residential Treatment Center runs us about $1.1 million, and that's kind of a whole overview of our budget. Some things we think that we're concerned about on the behavioral health side, that we're worried about federal and state impacts. Unsatisfactory immigration status could change those who get expanded Medi-Cal, which means we would have more indigent clients we're providing services to, which would impact our ability to draw down federal and state funds. So that's definitely a concern. There's been talk about our federal Medicare assistant percentage. If they change that percentage, we would have a lower percentage of how much we're getting reimbursed by the federal government. There's been conversations about changing the federal poverty level. If they change the federal poverty level, it would change the number of individuals that could qualify for Medi-Cal. So it used to be 100%. Right now it's, I believe, at 138%. If they change that, it would actually change who qualifies for Medi-Cal, which would also bring back that ability of individuals possibly being indigent and not having insurance, and therefore we would have to find other ways to cover their services we have to provide for them. And then, of course, grants, how grants are possibly going to be impacted over the next year. The other big hit on that we're watching, potentially watching, is the 1115 waivers. If people are watching, there's been conversations about not renewing 1115 waivers or changing how 1115 waivers are done in the future. We have several 1115 waivers in California. CalAIMS is 1115 waiver. The organized delivery system that expanded substance use disorders treatment is 1115 waiver. And prior to the 1115 waiver for ODS, which is your organized delivery system for substance use, Medi-Cal did not pay for detox or residential treatment. So if we lose those 1115 waivers, we also lose the potential to then have Medi-Cal pay for residential detox treatment. That's just kind of some of the things we could see. We could also see that expansion into the jails and juvenile hall disappear with CalAIMS. So that gives a little bit of that. We also did a look at, on both sides, you can see a look at our county versus several other counties, both on the public health and the behavioral health side. I want to just note that this is Mendocino County's projected fiscal year 25-26 budget. The budget for the other three counties is fiscal year 24-25 because they don't have their budgets currently posted. So we try to look, do a comparison. We'll have a better comparison once their budgets are posted to see how we align with the other counties. We also know a lot of times we hear people compare us to Nevada. We actually are better compared probably to Sutter because they have similar Medi-Cal beneficiaries compared to us. We have, in this slide, you'll see 40,000. Nevada County has 29,000, where Sutter has 43,000. So we do kind of look at Sutter when we look at, of course, they don't have as many square miles as we have, but they do actually have a higher Medi-Cal beneficiary rate that kind of aligns with us. Lastly, there's been talk about streamlining. When we decided to really emerge the Administration for Public Health and Behavioral Health, we talked about being able to streamline and create a savings. So we have created a $1.7 million savings this fiscal year with that streamlining. We project to also save another $950,000 this year with that streamlining and the additional efficiencies we put into place. Lastly, realignment. So mental health does have a 2011 realignment balance of $6.8 million currently, and I'm going to explain why. First, we have tribal payments we have to pay back. So there was an issue with Partnership Health Plan billing our tribal payments. The state did not realize that there was an issue until probably 2023, end of 2023, well, maybe mid-2023. And they had to go back and rebill all the way from 2021 to 2023 to catch up that billing. So tribal payments are not billed the same as we bill for what we call a PUPM, per member per month. It's actually billed differently, and there's a different reimbursement from the state and the federal. So when we went through, there was a $13 million owed to partnership. Of course, that money goes through the county, and then there's a county share of costs on top of that. So of that 6.8, we have reserved the county share of costs, which is about $3 million. And so that's why that has not been paid out. We're paying that out this year. We were able to finally settle with the state, settle with partnership to get them paid out for the dollars we owe them for the back tribal payments. We also had put in the reserve $1 million to expand our electronic health record. We knew that that was going to be on us to expand the electronic health record, and so that was what we put money aside for that. We also have federal audits. It's quite often that the Office of Inspector General decides to do a Medi-Cal audit of counties or the state. And then when that happens, if they find anything, they kind of have all counties pay into it. This current audit that we owe $1.5 million on is the state allowed us to bill for aid codes we couldn't actually bill for UIS, unsatisfactory immigration status individuals. When that was determined that the state allowed for us to be billed for items we couldn't, of course, the state went back to all the counties and say, you owe back all of these dollars. So we now have to pay that back, and that's what the reserve was set aside for. And lastly, we've talked a lot about making sure we don't overspend. We have a reserve set aside for our cost report audits. As you know, prior to 23-24, we were required to do a cost report audit every year with the state of California. That meant we had to settle up costs to see, did they overpay us, did they underpay us, and go through a cost report analysis. The state is behind. To date, they have finalized 15-16. So we have 16-17 through 22-23 cost reports we still have to settle with the state. What I can say is today our cost report settlements are 10 times better than they used to be. There were times we paid $1 million back. And we've been able to really work at those differently, and where, you know, we could owe $100,000, $150,000. So our cost report audits have definitely improved. We're actually not paying back as much as we had. That doesn't mean the state won't find something in those next, 6 to 7 years, but we do have to have money set aside to pay those back should they find them. If we don't pay any of this back and we don't manage our budgets well, then we have to come up here and ask you guys for general fund. And so we have really operated our budgets as if general fund is not available to us. And so we do track and make sure we're able to cover all of our costs, all of our audit costs, and any potential audit costs in the future we may have. And that's all I have.
This morning are really intense and scaring people. And so there's a lot of work to be done. And I know we've had a conversation about the meetings you've held with different public health providers, and that I think that's really critical work in this day. So thank you for that. I don't see any questions from the board, so appreciate the presentation. All right. Mr. Rakes.
Thank you, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO. Our next office here is our Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, and here to speak on that is Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamise Cubison.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board. Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamise Cubison did not bring a fancy presentation today. So I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about the budget impacts for the attrition factor and also what that means to our office. I'll talk about both offices in general, but a little bit specifically to each one. The Auditor Controller's office has 12 positions. The Treasurer Tax Collector's office has 11 positions. The factor is approximately 1 position for the entire year for both offices each. That is not a realistic number because all of my positions are filled at the moment. However, I did receive notice yesterday from somebody who is promoting to another department. So that is an impact that I would respectfully request that this board consider waiving the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector from the hiring freeze. That particular position is our Investment Operations Analyst, and it will impact a minimum of 6 positions between the 2 departments while that position is vacant, including the highest positions in both departments. That will impact myself, both the Assistant Auditor, the Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector, Senior Department Analyst, as well as Revenue Recovery Specialist in the Treasurer Tax Collector's office. So the amount of time that it takes to fill that position will impact revenue collections.
What is the name of that position again?
Investment Operations Analyst.
Okay, thank you.
However, any vacancy in either office will impact operations. And of course, obviously in the Treasurer Tax Collector's office, that will impact our ability to receive revenue. And any impact on the Auditor Controller side will impact our ability to pay bills and to stay current on reporting, on our various reporting requirements. It is approximately $235,000 between the 2 departments on that factor. I do think that it's possible that you could approve the budget with the knowledge that we will be coming back by mid-year saying that we're going to need an increase. There are certain things to consider when you talk about the Auditor Controller's office. The staff in that office, in order to keep operations as they have been for the past 2 years, as well as to meet all the various reporting requirements, there are a couple of staff members who have been required in management to work in excess of 670 hours between 2 positions in order to keep current in terms of CTO. We also have staff in both offices, again, in one or two positions that have had to work overtime hours, approximately 600 plus hours in those 2 fiscal years. So it is still, the Auditor Controller's Office is still over capacity with the workload in terms of we still, even though we have filled a position or two in the Auditor Controller's Office, that one of those positions was largely due to the property taxes and the all of the back billing that resulted in a lot of changes in the Momentum system, as well as a huge number of refunds that needed to be processed. So the Auditor Controller's Office obviously has met the requirements of the last 2 years in terms of reporting, and has also done the Regional Government Services Review and several other not annual but frequent audits. So I think that staff has clearly shown they're willing to work beyond their normal hours, but they can't be expected to maintain that level of production as well as taking on additional assignments. The outfront staff that review our invoices, for example, we have 3 of them. They process 250 invoices each week. So if we have a vacancy in that position of those 3, then those other positions have to handle the rest of that workload. So we pretty much have 0 excess capacity in terms of the staffing in the auditor's office, as well as I'm being told in the Treasurer Tax Collector's office, we could probably keep an additional 2 to 3 revenue recovery specialists busy if we had the ability to hire those positions. I do encourage that we obviously do whatever we can to collect additional funds as possible. A lot of this catch up in the property system, for instance, in the last month, the 3-4 offices have processed over 3,000 escape bills and 850 supplemental bills. Many of those could possibly result in several hundred payment plans in the next 30 days, and all of those payment plans are 5 years with special handling, so there's considerable possible additional workload. The Treasurer Tax Collector's Office is at 95% collection rate for the most recent tax billing, and the bills that were out were $185 million. So they are doing remarkable work with the staff that they do have, but I am concerned about being able to fill positions and the impact that has on other staff. I'd like to ask the board and the CEO's office to encourage departments to stay current on all billings and claims to any funding agency. Obviously, when we are tight budget, that also means that the cash flow is really critical, and we don't really want to have departments, especially general fund, incurring interest because we are running negative on cash. So we need to be very aware of that. I would also like to encourage the board to consider perhaps changing one of the recommendations on this budget approval, that the carry forward or some portion of it should be designated to balance out any amounts not realized for that $6 million attrition factor.
Okay. Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. Ms. Cubison, it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but some of the discussion around combining your 2 offices was to prove efficiencies and cost savings. Have you realized any of that cost savings, or have you seen just the opposite?
If I may, through the chair, I did not anticipate cost savings. I know that was something that the board thought would occur. I would say that the one efficiency I do note is that, for instance, we only have to have 1 person processing payroll, but for 10 and 10, that's not a huge impact. We do have other critical functions we have to make sure that we take steps to keep separate in terms of, we can't be booking revenue on the Treasury side by somebody posting entries on the other side. We have to keep those separate. I don't personally not acknowledge or realize or see and account for any efficiency particularly. When we combined the offices, we did eliminate an elected department head, but the county needed to create a new position in order to account for that FTE because that work still needed to be done. It does put a large amount of responsibility on the department head to be able to be the department head for both offices. So they did increase the salary for that new combined department head, but we also had to have that investment operations analyst position created in order to have somebody help do that additional FTE of workload that was eliminated by combining the department heads.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, thank you very much. Okay. Deputy CEO Rakes.
Thank you once again. Now we have our, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO. We have our Assessor Clerk Recorder Elections Office here, and I believe we have Katrina Bartlome here to present on their budget.
Good afternoon. Katrina Bartlome, Assessor, Clerk Recorder. And with me, I have Amanda Walter, and she is the Assistant Clerk Recorder, Assistant Registrar. So ours is really simple and short and sweet, everything. So we've been able to, did somebody say something? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. We've been able to go ahead and be able to function with the numbers that we've been provided in the net county cost. We have, we normally, especially in elections, because we never know what's going to happen in elections, right? So we normally budget for quite a bit more in case we need it. Sometimes we need it and sometimes we don't. With assessors, we've been lucky enough to actually have pretty much a full crew, thanks to you guys. So, we've got that. Amanda's going to present this. Amanda is our budget person, and she can speak a whole lot better on this than I can. So we'll let her do it. But we have been able to meet the net county costs, and we hope that we don't have to go over anything, but time will tell if there's an election or something. So I turn it over to Amanda.
Good afternoon, Chair, CEO Antle, County Council Scott. So as we can see here, Katrina went over kind of emphasizing more on how we are able to continue budgetary functions as of what we have been presented with. That would be at the second CEO level. There was a slight amount of cuts, but we are still able to absorb those. This is mostly just to kind of, like I said, emphasize what would reduced additional reductions to our net county cost impacts. So right now we are, we do hold a couple of vacancies, but we do understand that we aren't going to try and fulfill the ones that are currently vacant. We have one that's out for recruitment right now to replace an appraiser. However, that should be done pretty soon. But if we are having to reduce it even further, it would increase difficulty in meeting the mandated educational requirements for appraisers. On the next slide, it will show kind of what we have been able to do with the higher staff. So this would actually start doing a downward trend if we were having to reduce our 1000 series and reducing our FTEs. So these are some of the accomplishments that the assessor's office has been able to see since we were able to be fully staffed. As you can see, they completed the build out for the Williamson parcels. They concluded the escape assessments. They were able to add additional $264 million in assessed values. And then they, with adequate staffing, allows the departments to identify unassessed properties, making progress on backlogs of assessed changes in ownership and completed construction. Next. Then if we go to the elections budget, right now we have a slightly smaller budget for our 2000 series since we don't have huge major we don't have two major elections in the 25-26 fiscal year. We do have the June election, even though it's right there on the cusp. We do start paying and prepping for the June election probably about March. And so, ballot invoices, sample ballots, those will become due probably around June. So we wouldn't be able to really push those off to the next fiscal year. We didn't want to drop it too far down just because you never know who can call a special election or what can come forward during this time. If we were to receive an additional reduction in net county cost, again, we wouldn't be able to pay for the ballot vendors. As you know, we have to stick to a state recommended certified ballot vendor. So there's not that many in the state. So we do want to make sure that we are able to pay those invoices on time to keep those relations going. We also would be hard pressed to finish these state mandated deadlines. We do head candidate filing. We do have dates where we have to make sure to get the ballots out to the first day of absentees and those kind of deadlines. So that would make it a lot harder if we were reduced in net counting costs. And then this is showing a trend of how much more elections costly has become over the years. Paper ballot vendors, I mean, everything just has skyrocketed the cost. You will see in the general, we had to change ballot vendors. And so we see a huge upward trend for how much it costs for us to have them print those ballots and disperse. This is a more detailed of how much the costs are for the various ballot vendors that we do go through. We have been through IVS since 2018. We did change to Runback in 2022. We did go through a primary and a general for both of those, and then we went back for IVS for the primary in 2024. We all know what happened there, so we went to MSI, and you can see how much more MSI is over the other two ballot vendors. We were able to complete a successful 2024 general election. We did have higher turnout than the state average, only by 2% higher, but we still got about 30,000 plus voter ballots in, and then we were able to upgrade to our Hart InterCivic system 3.2.1, which is our tabulating system for the ballots. And then we go on to our clerk recorder budget. This budget, it usually has a very low NCC or net counting cost request. We have saw a reduction in some of our recordings, so it is, instead of mostly giving back to the general fund, we are asking for a little bit, but we do bring in quite a bit of revenue through this budget unit. If we are having to take additional net counting cost impacts or having to, have less money for staffing, we would forfeit this $1 fee for indexing, and that's $1 for each recorded document. Right now we're at $13 for the first page for recording documents, and then $3 for each additional. This would knock it back down to $2 if we aren't able to complete this 2-day business day turnaround for indexing. And then this is kind of just an overview of how you can see the downward trend of the recordings. But as you can see, our vitals and our clerk forms have remained steady, and those haven't really changed. The vitals will be what people come in to get the birth, marriage, death certificates. Clerk forms are notaries, mapping, fictitious specific name, license. Some of the accomplishments we have done in the clerk recorder's office is we have upgraded the system to the latest version. We were behind with the upgrades. We have had quite a bit of issues with Tyler Technologies and getting those upgrades, but we have finally been able to get that done. We still are trying to push through in the e-recording implementation. This project started in 2021. However, with all of the needs to upgrade to our latest version and then having turnover in their staff, we have not been able to quite implement that yet. We're still moving forward with it, but however, there is a delay. We have successfully passed the Department of Justice certification for e-recording. That is a requirement in order to implement that in the county. Our office does maintain public records in this secure and easy accessible environment. We hold all the public records since the inception of the county. I believe that was like 1859, I believe. And then we identify and schedule Restoration County at the most at risk indexes. We do have in our budget a $250,000 project. However, we're not asking any general fund money. We have a special funds that we will paying for that project out of. And that is it. If anybody has any questions.
Well, I have a question about the SAVE Act and the cost to the elections. And if that continues forward, that, I see that our election costs are really going up already. Have you thought about the impact of that to locally, our budget?
We have, and it will, we'll have to hire probably another person to do nothing but track proof of residence or proof of citizenship. I came up with a figure, I think, for Mo. Mo, do you have that figure? And, sorry, I don't remember it off the top of my head, but it will be a big extra cost.
Okay.
And the figure that Mo has, I think, is just in the work. It doesn't, I don't think I put in the extra staff time.
Well, we'll wait for that. But another question was, last year, I think we worked on raising that minimum tax level up to $5,000 so that it would free up an assessor to do other work. Are you seeing that as a benefit, and would it be beneficial to raise it up to 10,000 or another level to really free up?
Some counties do not raise that up at all because they feel that, it's important for them to collect every penny that they can. I think that the 5,000 mark for right now is fine. I don't think we should raise it. It's just, let us get used to the 5,000. It was at 1,000 for a long time. And a lot of people have, basically been off of the, off of paying anything because they don't have that much. But 10,000, that's a little bit different. So, yeah.
Okay, so are you seeing a result of people being able to work on other projects because of that?
Well, right now we're so inundated with Momentum that's a hard question to answer. Our business properties through Momentum, they seem to be a whole lot easier to use, better to use. So we had in recruitment one extra auditor appraiser, so we just hired that person. We were able to finish doing that and get her hired, and this is her second week, I think. So we will be able to do that. So more things will happen in that department, but we don't know how much yet. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I worked with Ms. Bartlemy on an agenda item that'll be coming forward on June 24th, and the estimated cost to the county would be an additional $80,000 to $85,000 a year to implement the SAVE Act.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good afternoon.
Okay. Deputy CEO.
Thank you, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO. I believe we are on to our last department on the list, and that is the Board of Supervisors.
All right. Well, I guess it's my item. And so, we've seen that we're asking all the other departments and offices to cut by 6%. I presented some proposed cuts in April. And I could go over them again if you want. And that came out to about 60, 70,000. So anyway, if you want, I'll go through the list that I had. What's the pleasure of the board? Okay. Yeah, Supervisor Klein.
Oh.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm curious to hear from the CEO. How did you apply these as opposed to what the chair is going to propose?
Per board direction from the last meeting, we applied the 6% cut to the 1,000 series, similar to the other departments. And similar to the other departments, it either can go to a vacancy rate, which likely is not going to happen, as mentioned earlier today, but you would be looking at your 2,000 series to find those reductions. So, whether it's your travel, your education, other dues that you have that are in that series, you can look to reduce those. But per the direction, And working with the auditor controller, it was recommended that we do the reductions in the 1,000 series for all the departments. The departments do have the ability to reduce their 2,000 series or what other ways they can, right? So they could reduce a contract or they could reduce something else similar to you all.
Okay, well, I'll just tell you what I had. Again, we'll go over it. The salary increases, you know, if we rescinded it back to the July 1st, 24 increase, it would be a savings of $35,532. If we went to not accepting the increase on July 1st, 2025, then that would be a savings of about $35,000 additional money. Management training, we have $7,500 budgeted. We could take it down to zero. Telecommunications allowance is budgeted at $8,190. Take it to zero. Education and training, $3,500. Take it to zero. Transportation in county is at $1,500. We could take it to the zero. Travel out of county, I was recommending that we just pay for the conferences that people are representatives to. So if Supervisor Klein's a representative to RCRC, then she would get paid to reimburse for those expenses that go to RCRC. Supervisor Mulheron's goes to CSAC. So, and then, yeah, membership in Civic Well, we could eliminate that. That's $600. So those are my proposals. And I just think in the spirit of balancing the budget, something to consider. Supervisor Klein.
Yes, question for possibly CEO Antle or budget staff. Have we historically used our management training line item? I'm not sure what that's for, so that's why I'm asking.
If I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO, the management training is just paid in your paycheck. So it's just a quarterly $1,500, it's annually $1,500. It's split quarterly.
And is that something that's based off of the management contracts that our salaries are also supposed to be modeled off of? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for clarifying.
Supervisor Mulheron.
I was hoping that somebody on the team could let me know what the $30,000 increase for special department expense that's proposed.
If I may, through the chair.
Yeah.
Tony Riggs, Deputy CEO. That $30,000, so the original $10,000 amount you're looking at the proposed, I think, was regarding a software expense that needs to be, we need to look at what that $30,000 is in the board budget. We're looking at it right now because I know there was a question about it earlier. So if you give us a few minutes, we can get that answer for you.
All right, so if I don't see any further comments, maybe we should take a break and come back and figure out the budget. You know, well,
if I may, I would ask the board to move the recommended motion and allow the team, perhaps with a board member ad hoc, to continue to maximize funding streams such as realignment use for mandated services such as Dr. Miller spoke about. Mental health funds, we are maximizing those for NAFCARE. Public health service within the juvenile hall, we're looking to consolidate services and maximizing the use of each one of our departments to complement each other. Consolidation of offices such as you've seen in Fort Bragg and Willits. We will be doing with child support and public health shortly into this new fiscal year, as we have done with the evidence room for the sheriff. And maximizing 87 charges to districts and grants.
So moved.
I'll second.
So
Public comment.
just to be clear, those are the recommendations that were listed.
I'm asking you to move the recommended motion and to allow the county,
Yeah.
my team, to work with the other departments. As you heard through collaboration, we're making great strides. Are they slow in coming, and are some down the road? Yes, but we are maximizing. We need to step up those efforts. We need to probably have an ad hoc or some sort of one. I would ask county council to help me with that one. But we need to continue the work that we have been doing.
I'd be
And those
happy
were
to serve.
I was reporting the work that we've been doing just in this budget and future.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I support the recommended motion. I do think we really do need a board ad hoc, especially to work around the public safety concerns. We need to do some, it sounds like we need to do some continued work on the Prop 172 allocations beyond what was, in my opinion, beyond what was in fire. It definitely seems like there needs to be more conversations, and it's fine with me if that's done by a couple of members of the board from an ad hoc. I also really appreciate staff's transition to having the conversation around strategic hiring. That process, I think, is going to be incredibly important, that we streamline it as much as possible, especially when we're talking about public safety positions that do need what would seem to be backfilled or constantly refreshed to be able to get folks through the stringent background processes. So hopefully the ad hoc would be able to also help staff work through that. I don't know that it needs to be a separate ad hoc, but just as far as we're looking at that 6% attrition rate as the budget moves forward, just monitoring that is happening, and that we are being able to fill vacancies that are mandated, and that process continues to move forward.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you. I support the motion as well, but I do have one question. Mr. Locatelli did bring something to our attention that he was looking for an answer today on about flying a certain position, and I don't know how supporting the motion here today is going to affect that.
I would look to my team to let me know if that position was funded in this budget. I assume it was funded. If he's asking to fly it, that would be the normal process.
Yeah, okay.
If he budgeted for it, it should not be an issue.
Thank you.
I
Okay.
did, oh, sorry, I don't have my pen up.
Well, okay, so we have the motion. It doesn't include the cuts to the supervisor budget. And we'll just go forward and with the additions that the CEO added.
Excuse me, Chair, there is a cut to your budget.
Yeah.
We just didn't clarify where that cut is today, but my guess is it's going to be in the 2000 series, and you're going to have to monitor, and when you have expenses brought forward, you're going to have to look at those expenses and the need to do them.
Okay,
But the
so
cut is there, just like everybody else.
it's been cut to
The
2000
6%.
series.
No, it's in the 1,000, because that's as
Yeah,
requested.
Okay.
Yes.
But we can't have that, really.
Well, you can move from your 2,000, find the savings in your 2,000, you'll move that to the 1,000 to cover your salaries.
Right.
That's a budget process we do regularly.
Yeah. Okay, so are we going to be involved in that, or is
Yes,
that
you will, because
Well-
those are your spending. And if
Yeah.
you want to decide today where those cuts are, or you can do that like everybody else, you're going to be working through it and evaluating as you go, what are we going to cut and reduce?
Okay, so
So-
I made some proposals,
Yes.
but we can also put those off.
Yeah.
Is what I'm hearing. Okay. Supervisor Mulhern.
So I think it's just also important to note that there are savings from other departments, and I'll use the example from third quarter budgeting. The CEO's office did not fully use their travel expenses, while the board did go, I think, $2,000 over their travel expenses. So it doesn't just have to come from the board budget unit. So to be clear, I think that departments across the county should be looking at ways to support each other. And that might not mean in their specific budget unit, that might mean looking at other savings from other departments or vice versa.
I think that's a very good point, if I may, Chair. Because again, you may not have a reduction, but maybe the executive office does. Maybe another department does. It's overall the reduction that we need to take. And this, again, was the recommendation of the auditor controller to do it in this fashion. So we're attempting to follow her guidance, as well as monitoring the entire budget on a regular basis, so that it will be in front of you or the ad hoc, however you choose to do that, so we can really have good visual as to where we're at annually.
Okay. Supervisor Klein.
Thank you. I just wanted to add my comment. In addition to that flexibility being applied to our budget, the reason why I'm supporting this budget today is because that flexibility is applying across the county. And this is a work in progress. And so I've heard from several department heads about how they're looking to implement this in multiple ways, and we should be empowering our department heads to do that work. And I'm not going to tell them this needs to be cut right here, right there. And we're going to get the best outcome by working together. And so that's why I'm supporting this budget today.
Okay. And the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector made the recommendation of using that carry forward instead of for capital improvements for, in case we can't meet the 6%, we are not getting the 6 million from that. Does that resonate with anyone?
Could you say it again?
Well, the auditor controller proposed that we use that, whatever carry forward, instead of using it for the capital improvements, that we use it for, kind of the backfill, that $6 million from the strategic hiring freeze, in case that doesn't really pan out the way it.
Could we delegate that to the executive office to work out? Seems like an implementation detail.
If I may, I just want to confirm that carry forward is considered one-time funds. So you're trying to reduce the one-time fund use in operations, but it might be nice to have that cushion there to know, we set aside $1 million if there's that much in the one-time carry forward to help cover any major expenditures that we may have this year that, of course, unforeseen at this time.
So right now the recommendation was to use them, whatever carry forward for this fiscal year for capital improvements. But we can have some flexibility with that. Ideally we have capital improvement problems that we need to fund the $8 million, but we might have other issues coming up along the way too. Okay, I'm fine with that.
Can I add a comment?
Sure.
Yeah, so Supervisor Norvell brought up, or maybe it was Supervisor Mulhern brought up, continued conversation about the DA's budget in 172. Looking at the last 6 years, the DA's office came in 48,000 under, but looking at the last 3 years, I think it's more like 1.1 million under budget. I would think the last 3 years is more of the trend line. I think as we had the presentations today, it may be helpful for us to get a better grasp of the DA's office, the unfilled positions, and how that's affecting expenditures. Because I certainly don't have a clear grasp on it.
And Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, I would support that 100%, but I just want to make sure that the DA's office is in the room so we don't make that mistake again.
Well, it would just be asking for some analysis to educate us. It's not making any changes to the financials.
So, those numbers you just said were very different than what we heard this morning.
And I'd like to understand why.
So would I. Okay. Supervisor Mulhern.
Chair, we have a motion on the table for the approval, as the CEO stated, and I also did hear Supervisor Klein, I believe, volunteer to work on a budget ad hoc, and I wonder if Supervisor Williams would be willing to serve on that as well, to sort through the items that we mentioned, the public safety, the Prop 172, and also just ensuring that the hiring process is going to flow smooth.
Yes, I would. Thank you for the nomination.
All right. So we have an ad hoc to add on to the motion, right? Yeah.
What are we calling it?
The budget implementation ad.
All right.
Through the chair, if I may, does the second agree?
Yeah.
Am I the second? Yes.
Okay. So the ad hoc would be composed of Supervisors Klein and Williams. Okay. And we haven't had public comment yet. So any further comments from the board? Okay, we're looking for public comment. Seeing none in the chambers. Any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, well, back to the board. Any further comments? Okay, so we have a motion. We're clear about what that motion is. Okay, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right. Well, it was a difficult budget, but we made it through it. So it's going to be a long year of work, too, to continue on that process. Okay, moving on. Oh, I was supposed to close the public hearing. So, so with the public hearing, it was closed. We voted. We're all right. Okay? Okay. So, let's see. We'll go to item 4F. Chief Executive Officer's report.
No report today.
Okay, and 4G, there's no discussion or possible action on that, the legislative platform. 4H is the supervisor reports. Okay, Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. So I got invited, I guess it would have been last month, to go to the reentry service fair in Ukiah by Jackie from Ford Street. It was amazing. There was a lot of people in the room. It was a bit of an eye-opener for me to see all of the opportunities that the county provides and that we have here in the county for what they're doing. There was 2 speakers. Both of them had been incarcerated and told their story. I believe both of them were from here. It was pretty incredible, both of their stories and how they've turned their lives around and what they're doing for the community today. So it was impressive. After that, I got to take a tour from Jackie on the Ford Street expansion, adding 24 sober living beds. They've got a ribbon cutting coming up. Senator McGuire is going to be there because I believe he contributed some money there. The BHAB meeting was in Mendocino, which was great to have over on the coast. The board approved a recommendation to Measure B to send out an RFP for more substance abuse treatments. The focus for that facility would be, it was very clear that they wanted it away from the Ukiah area and to an area in the county that's less served, so that was a great idea. They also talked about the BHAB. They talked about doing a video or a documentary on fentanyl impacts in Mendocino County, which I think is probably a good idea. I did ask them to, and they did, reach out to the city of Fort Bragg because they're doing one also. They've already put out an RFP for it. I was not able to attend the OMAC meeting this month. It was in person only. I did send over some notes. And then I attended a meeting between the City of Fort Bragg crew team and social services. The idea there was there was feelings, I think, from both sides that both sides were not supporting the other. It ended up being a really good meeting and productive. Everybody in the room agreed that they're all doing the same thing and there's no reason why they shouldn't be partners. They agreed to work on that relationship. Ms. Parker was there, and as well as Ms. Van Zant from the county. And I think that it was a very important meeting for me because I think that relationship has been strained as long as I've been on the council. And I think it took a big step forward in the right direction. That's it.
Supervisor Mulheron.
Thank you. Supervisor Klein and I attended a tour of the hatchery field trip at Dry Creek in Sonoma County, and that is a project that I've seen presentations about, so it was really exciting to see that work in person, and I could share some photos with the board. On Friday, I attended an MMIWP event at the conference center in downtown Ukiah, and I thought that was a really eye-opening experience for some people that may not know about missing, murdered, and Indigenous women and persons, and the work that's being done in our county and the work that's being done across the state with the feather alerts. Supervisor Norvell mentioned the BHAB meeting, so I won't repeat that. Also, we had a Mendocino Solid Waste Management Authority meeting and approved the budget for the next fiscal year, and I'm really proud of the work that we've been able to accomplish and the better organization of that agency. And I also attended drug court graduation on Friday. There was only one graduate this time, but I think that it's a powerful experience to be in the room as people have the opportunity to recognize the impact that making changes in their life can have not only on their family but in their community.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
I attended several Coast Healthcare District meetings. The 2030 deadline for seismic retrofit has been a big risk for some time, and my sense is there's finally progress towards a solution, which has a large impact on health, welfare, and economic viability for a big part of the county. Went to a Measure B meeting and actually nominated somebody for open seat, 5th district. I've had a large volume of contact from people who are concerned about the annexation proposal. And one of the things that I've learned is annexation is probably a good idea, but it needs to be properties owned by people who want to be included in the city, not forcing people in who don't want to be. I've been hearing from people who don't want to be included, and it's a rather large number, so I'm hoping before that gets to us if maybe there will be some changes to the proposal to specifically exclude people who don't want to be annexed.
Supervisor Klein.
Thank you. Last week, our board participated in the Inland Water and Power Commission All Boards meeting. For the public that might not know what Inland Water and Power Commission is, it's the Joint Powers Authority made up by the County of Mendocino, Water Agency, the City of Ukiah, Rebel Valley County Water District, Potter Valley Irrigation District, and Russian River Flood Control. We discussed what could potentially happen if the Potter Valley project is dismantled and the dams are removed, and what that contingency plan could look like in terms of maintaining a diversion post-dam removal. So I want to thank my colleagues for participating and for the thoughtful discussion that took place there. There's no more pressing issue facing our county than the dismantling of the Potter Valley project. The city annexation master tax share agreement ad hoc has commenced its work meeting with the City of Ukiah. We've had one preliminary meeting, and there's a lot of information still to be found out. Supervisor Norvell, do you have anything to add?
No, just that maybe you're going to touch on it, but the city's meeting tonight?
Yes. The city has a workshop tonight, probably at the city campus. Oh, nope.
It's at the conference center at 5:30.
Okay, thank you. 5:30 at the conference center, and would really recommend folks that have questions or comments attend that and participate. I believe it will also be discussed by the City of Ukiah Planning Commission next week at their June 11th meeting. The Redwood Valley and Hopland Mac, which I regularly attend, they both have vacancies, so if there are residents that are interested in participating and serving on those boards, would love to hear from you. And then the North Coast Resource Partnership, which I sit on with Supervisor Hashak, we had an ad hoc meeting regarding illegal cannabis. We discussed a strategy for state advocacy to have state support and some coordination for our region due to the major impacts of illicit marijuana. So thank you.
All right. Yeah, I'd like to thank Supervisor Klein and the Inland Water Power Commission for that joint meeting, because I think it was very informative and really got people up to date, you know, because there's a lot going on and a lot of work that's been done. And so it was enlightening to, and at the same time, kind of sobering to see the cost and the time and you know, the extended forecast for what the project would entail. So, but it was, I appreciate being there and hearing that information from the people who are on that, in the coalitions that are forming. Yeah, I want to appreciate the Department of Transportation for going up to the Laytonville MAC meeting and having a presentation on the Laytonville landfill. I think it was also informative for the people. It was, and certainly there's a lot of questions beyond just the capping of the landfill. But Representative Scott Alonso from Assemblymember Rogers' office was there, and so he could hear those, and hopefully he can advocate at the state level too for some of the testing that people really think is needed from that landfill. We were on the, Supervisor Klein and I were both on the ad hoc committee dealing with the North Coast Resource Partnership and the illegal cannabis, and you know, it's a 7-county coalition, NCRP is, and there's 39 tribes or something involved, and so it was a good representation of the whole North Coast. And I think that a lot of the concerns out there are the same concerns that we have. And with that, that's it for me. So item 5A was pulled. So with that, I will adjourn the meeting at hold it 1 second.
Hold on. 5A was included in your consent item. You passed 5A this morning.
Okay. Okay, very good. So, without 5A, it was already dealt with. We will adjourn the meeting at 2:37.